someone I love once held so tight. The screams will follow me, cries of my ancestors said, go away. My operate, resting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal hiding inside me. Ancestors crying. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. This form I desire, innocent blood I will devour. Ancestors gathering round the dwelling, the spirit inhabiting, evil enveloping, the dancing graves in the night, the spirit occupying and transforming, stolen heights, dark practices, my secret life, feathered outers, mysticism, intriguing, my operate, fasting in brain, shape-shifting, I feel the animal hiding inside me. Ancestors crying. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same. Give me the ability to hide in plain sight, so no one can see me, not even in the light. I am the crawler, I'm a within, I'm nobody's friend. This initiation, it's all part of the dark creation. My desires performing incantations. I walk in disguise. If I catch you, it's your demise. Shamanism, my religion, summoning spirits, manifesting myself and changing my flesh. A nightmare to behold. I'ma make you part of the fold. The skin of a man, the soul of a predator. The change is complete. This thing I become, my flesh has succumbed. My operate, fasting in brain, shape-shifting. I feel the animal hiding inside me. Ancestors crying. I feel the change. I feel the change coming. We are one but not the same.
Entombed for 3,000 years, wrath growing in me. I have lived an eternity, suspended in darkness. Release me. Condemned and bound, the sands of time have run out. Curse fills the room, curiously open my tomb. Rising from the cradle of death, my sentence has come to an end. Release me, release me, wasting and running. Release me, release me. My curse is your curse. alive. I feel something change inside of me. The inner human slowly deading me. I feel it come alive. The darkness brings me light. There ain't no stopping it, and you will never hide from me. Pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night. Ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free, but caged at the same time. It's time to be human, think human, feel human.
Okay, folks. All right, so welcome back, but welcome to YouTube. We were on Rumble, and we went on there for what, an hour and a half? I don't know, something like that. We're on Rumble for about an hour and a half, clearing the air. We had some things to talk about. We're not going to talk about them here. We've already talked about it, and that's what we're leaving it on Rumble. Unfortunately, we had 400 people, over 400 people in there, 420 something, and now we're down to 100 here. You see this right here? This is what I'm talking about. Take a look at it real quick while you can see it. You see it?
Yeah, I saw it, but
You think
it doesn't like. I mean, I've seen that before, and it never really affects much.
It doesn't go down all the way, but I'm just
Yeah.
one day if it does. It's a technical thing we're looking at, folks. Straighten this out a little bit here. Waiting for people to get in the chat a little bit. Maybe we'll get at least 200 people in here. I don't know. It's late. It's 1 in the morning here.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning on what, Thursday night.
So Dark Side says, "What's good, Josh and everyone?" Not much, man. We just did a Rumble for an hour and a half and just talked about the things that are going on and maybe figured something out. But so what we're going to talk about over here on Rumble, and we're going to start on Rumble. We're going to start doing a Thursday night. We're going to try. I was really tired. I had a lot to do today, and I was trying to. We're packing and trying to get moved.
Yeah.
And we got so much going on. So trying to get. But let me do something really quick here. Let me exit out real quick. I got 1 second. It'll take me about 5 seconds. So thank you for that donation. We greatly appreciate that. Joe Breezy, what's up, man? You going to be on the show tomorrow night? Hopefully. Somebody said they like my shirt. Cool shirt. Yeah, I like Beast because he's a big, strong guy, but he's also very intelligent. And I believe that there's more to the brain, less to the boot, if you will. I always believe that. I used to get bullied as a kid because I was no BS. I was smarter than most of the other kids in the class, and there was just like this natural inclination for people to go towards the smart person and just be little jerks, I guess. You know? And so I was, I guess, a nerd as a kid. And as I got older, I became bigger and stronger, and I used my mind to build my body. But I believe it was a very powerful mind, body, spiritual connection, which a lot of people have, which is important. I think a lot of people that belong to the PRT community do. And not everybody, I had to teach them that. They just know it. So we teach it or we reinforce it. That's the thing. That's the key. A lot of good things coming down. I mean, there's a lot of bad things going on in the world, and there's a lot of things that aren't good that are happening in the community, whether it's UFO, paranormal, Bigfoot, cryptid community, whatever. But there's a lot of good stuff too, right? There's a lot of good people. Not everybody's a bad, crappy person that is out for themselves. There's good people. Some people, are just going to be the way they are, and nothing you can do about it. You can pray. And there's a lot of people out there that are not going to like me no matter what I do. I could win the lottery, a $40 billion lottery, and I could say, hey, I'm going to give, each one of these people $1 million, and they would still hate me. Or they would burn through it and then hate me.
Yeah.
You win $40 million and you say, look, I'm going to give 40 people $1 million.
Yeah.
I guarantee you they'll end up hating you. The more you give, some people, well, not everybody, but it seems like the more you do and you give to people, and the more resentful they become.
Yeah, and then eventually they become your master because you're living in their world.
Yeah. It's a shame because I think that's what's happened here in a lot of ways. It's just one of these, oh, no. I'm trying to get to something here. There it is. But I think that's what's happened in a lot of ways. We end up, doing too much and giving too much to people, and then they end up turning on us. You give these people this, and that, and they want this, and that, and else more. And it's like, dude, at some point you got to handle your own stuff. But that's life. Another thing too, if you give somebody money from your own heart, if they come to you and they say it's for a specific purpose, and then they don't use it for that specific purpose, that's still on them. But if you just give somebody money, and I've seen this too, just for whatever, and they don't use it for what you think they should be using it for, it's not for you to say, because unless you were giving it to them for a specific reason. If not, then what they do with it is their business, And over the years, I had to learn to deal with that. Chris Anderson says, I don't like them Astros catching my Mariners. Out loud. I can't believe they're doing it. I mean, they just got another blow yesterday for one of their starting pitchers.
Uh-huh.
I think they got like 3 of their starting pitchers are hurt for the year.
Dang.
And 2 of their bullpen pitchers are hurt, and then they got 2 or 3 of their slug. How are they winning? I mean, they have such a deep bench. They can come off the bench and their pitchers, they have such good pitching that even when their main people go down, it's like they got all these people that are there waiting in the wings that come up out of the minors, and they got a guy that just came out of the minors and he's just been slugging like crazy. He's crushing it in AAA. I can't remember his name. He's so new. I just read a couple days ago that he's now I've been in the bigs for a couple of weeks. I can't remember his name. He's a white guy. But he's been killing it. And it's not Kyle Tucker. I remember Tucker was a backup, but he had all those people that were better than him, when he was younger. And now he's like one of their best players, but he was a backup, but he had all these people in front of him. There's BMR. What's up, BMR? How you doing? So we got 150 in here. It's not the 424 that we had in there earlier, but, well, it is what it is.
To Joey Loperfido?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got an Italian name.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. He was in the AAA, and he came up and just started killing it. And then they had a Hispanic guy who was a pitcher, and I can't remember his name either, but he was, I think, a Dominican or something, and he came in and was throwing heat. Just came in like a month or 2 ago and just took over for, I think, Aquidi was hurt. And we're talking sports here. We're not here to talk that, but bottom line, that's what's going on. We're catching the Mariners, and maybe we'll make it to the ALCS. My goal this year for the Astros is to make it to the ALCS, because then they will break the all-time sports record for the most consecutive trips to a championship.
That'd be awesome.
Because the ALCS, even if they don't win it, they will have broke the record for the most appearances in a row.
There's nothing impossible to him who will try.
Mm-mm. So it's never been done by any sports team in the Big Four. They call it the Big Four: basketball, baseball, football, hockey. Hockey being, of course, but that's not a ball sport, but it's still one of the major sports. And no professional major league or NFL, National Football League, pro football, basketball, or hockey team has ever gone. I think it's 8 straight times to the conference championship. Each one of them has a conference championship.
Yeah.
Like in the NHL, they have the Eastern Conference Final, the Western Conference, just like in basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And in football, they have the NFC and the AFC championships, and the winner goes on to play in the Super Bowl. Same thing in baseball. They have an ALCS championship and an NLCS championship. The winners go on to play the World Series. And I think the Astros are tied with the Yankees and the Braves, I think, right now, or something like that. For the most, I think the Yankees, though, was like from the 60s or some crap, And the Braves, I think, was the 90s. So I know it was. I think they went 7 times in a row to the NLCS. So the Astros have the chance to break the record if they go to the ALCS. So all you got to do is get in, win in the divisional series, and they've made history. Now, as bad as they have with the injuries this year, I would be shocked if they got past the ALCS and made it to the World Series. And I'd lose my shit if they actually won it. Because that just making it to the series would be a daunting task with the injuries they got. But if they won it, it'd be incredible. I hear you, Poncho, man. I am not in the mood to buy anything from the Dallas Cowboys until they can, even though I still believe they get screwed a lot by the refs, and there's a couple other teams that I think do too pretty regularly. I'm going to say this. I will not buy any of their gear until they're committed in certain ways. Yep, and there's the merchandise. Our merchandise is done. We're just waiting to go pick up because we have to pick up a bunch of work shirts for our company too. So there's that. A New England Patriots fan from Dallas. Wow, a 1953 Mickey Mantle sold for $12 million. That's not even the rookie. That's got to be the new record. I wonder what it was graded at. Was it graded at a 10, D-Truth? I don't know, man, because I'm in a couple card groups, and I also like graded comic books. But I don't know. I know that Mantle's, I think Tom Candiotti was the one. I think he bought it for $16 million or something like that. Or maybe it was $9 million. It was no, because that was like 20 years ago. The new record, I think, for Mantle's rookie is like 16 million or something like that. It's unbelievable. So his second year card in Topps just made 12 million. I watched a guy at a card show buy, it was like, I think, $19,000 for a 1951 Mickey Mantle, which is the only 51 in existence, is the Bowman. That was the year he was a rookie. And Bowman would make the card for the year that they were. And I watched a guy sit there and pay for it at a card show in Houston. He paid $19,000. He crazy. He just came in and was throwing hundreds out on the table. And that dude that was, sitting there and selling the card had his gun in the holster, like right there on the table. He was looking around. Me and him had been talking, so he was cool. I had bought a few things from him, but I couldn't believe it. The guy says, "You're going to sell that?" And at that time, I think it was graded at like a 6 or something like that. Which now would be, and that was 20 years ago. And now it's probably worth a bunch of money because it's that one where he's kind of like sitting, you can look it up. Look up the 1951 Mickey Mantle, Bowman Mickey Mantle. That's the real rookie, as they call it. The Topps 52 is now the Holy Grail. It used to be the Holy Grail for baseball was, what's his name? Honus Wagner. And then Ty Cobb had a couple of cards that were just worth a bunch of money. I know Jordan's rookie card, you can't get a 1986 Fleer Jordan rookie card for less than $2,800, $3,000, even for a piece of crap. You know. Wow, Anunnaki Rose says he was at the last game in the NRG Astrodome.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Friends be stealing from you. Believe me, I know that. Yeah, I got Ryan's rookie. I think it's graded at like a 7, which is pretty damn good. But enough about that. I guess we're not going to get much of a bigger crowd here. It's unfortunate we had over 400 people on Rumble, and we didn't want to connect this show with that show, because that show was just talking about the current events of what's going on with PRT and the attacks we've been enduring, and some, just giving you an update. But we don't want to bring that to the show or that kind of energy. We want to keep it separate. So that's why we're here talking on YouTube. Sorry, your Ryan rookie got stolen. Same thing happened to me. I had 3 1980 Ricky Henderson rookie cards. And of course, that was the same year that Mike Scott's rookie card when he came out with the Mets. He was a pitcher, famous pitcher for the Astros, and one of my favorite pitchers, maybe my favorite pitcher of all time, him and Nolan Ryan. And of course, I'm not a Yankees fan, but I like Whitey Ford, another amazing pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Jim Bunning, even though he wasn't, I thought he was, there was a book about the Yankees, this one that he wrote, and I thought it was, look it up, Yankees pitcher book, written book about the Yankees. And a lot of people gave him a lot of shit about that. Another pitcher I liked was Mark the Bird Fidrick. He was pretty sure he was autistic or he had Asperger's, and people just didn't really know what that was back then. But he had all kinds of weird quirks, and he would talk to the ball and do all kinds of weird stuff.
Was it Jim Bouton or
Jim Bouton? Jim Bouton. I'm Bunning. Sorry. Jim Bouton's book. What's it called? What's the name of it? I read it.
Ball 4. Yeah, I think it's just called Ball 4.
Ball 4. That's weird. I don't remember the name being that. Anunnaki Bros says Ball 4. Yeah. Bigfoot Michigan Rob, the Bird. Mark the Bird Fidrick. Yeah, he was a Detroit Tiger when they won the World Series in 1984. And they beat the Padres that year, I believe. Oh, I hear you, Joe. Can't stand thieves. People are still on the Rumble chat? They said there's still 102 people on the Rumble chat.
You probably just have to refresh that page. It's probably just, it hasn't been updated.
Yeah, it says 100 viewers watching.
That's weird because it's
The live
over.
Chat. No, you can still message. It says right here. Yeah, I just messaged. That's the handle that you use, right? When you're on there. So we need to kill the stream over here. And it's saying the live stream will begin shortly.
It's over. It's processing. Like these live streams, they get processed by YouTube and by Rumble like right after they finish, and so that they act kind of wonky for a while.
Because now it's saying there's 104 viewers.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's weird. So hopefully the people will come over to YouTube and.
I mean, I don't think that they're there. I think that's just Rumble processing it, because YouTube does the same thing. Like they'll, if you try to go back and watch the lives, as soon as they end, it acts kind of weird.
D True says Ricky Henderson rookie card worth $60K. Are you serious? Because I haven't looked into that. Look that up, because I have one. I think I may have 2. I used to have 3, but the bully next door kind of forced me to trade. He was like 3 or 4 years older than me, and I was a little kid, and he forced me to trade him some. They weren't crappy cards, but they weren't what that card was worth, So he took 2 of them from me. And then I had another one and ended up losing it somehow, somewhere. And then I ended up getting 2 more later on. So I have 2 of them. I think one's graded too.
So 1980, right?
1980
Rookie Henderson rookie card. Estimated PSA value $1,800.
It's $1,800
Mm-hmm.
for what? But that's what grade?
9.
I said a 9. Okay, so
This
got
is
me
just from one
excited a minute. I was
search.
like, I don't remember it being 60 grand, but yeah, do that. Scorp, can you do that? Go to Rumble and just leave a message saying, "Hey, we're on YouTube." If it's still going. So I guess this is what we're going to have tonight. We'll have to just have people watch the replay. I got a story from a guy named Jimmy who sent me this one, and this one was out of not New Hampshire. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired. What is it? New Jersey. Sorry, I knew it was New something, and it wasn't New York. Okay, but he lived in New Jersey, and he lived just across the border. But his family would regularly go down to the Pine Barrens. Now, we've talked about the Pine Barrens before, and that's one of the reasons why he sent us a story, because he was like, hey, you guys talk about the Pine Barrens, and I got one for you. He was a child at the time, and he was in like a Boy Scouts. And so what he encountered with his 2 friends, he said he'll never forget it. It kind of reminds me, when I think about it, of Matt Imps's story of him encountering what he did, but which is this dog man that him and his friends encountered. But this was crazy, and he saw it twice. Once when he was like 8 or 9 years old. He said he can't remember which, and he said he just remembers he was 8 or 9, and his 2 best friends, one of his friends whose name was also Jimmy, so they called him James, and they called him Little Jimmy, because there was another kid there named Jimmy that was older, so they called him Big Jimmy. So he was Little Jimmy, and then there was his friend James, and then there was his other friend John, who they called John Boy. The camp counselors affectionately called him John Boy. Unfortunately, John Boy passed away at an early age. He was struck and killed working in an iron factory. And something struck him in the head and killed him at an early age. He didn't live past 22. But his other friend, he said the other Jimmy is still very much alive. And to this day, he goes by Jimmy and his friend goes by James. And he says, we live 2 towns apart. And he said, I tell you right now, every bit of this story is the truth. He said, when we were kids, we were there with either Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts, because he said that he went to Cub Scouts. That's the one you go to before you become a Boy Scout.
Yeah, I was
you
in Cub Scouts.
You become an Eagle Scout. Yeah, I was a Cub Scout for a little while. It wasn't that fun, and I was kind of forced, and then I was a Boy Scout for a while, and then so what ended up happening? I ended up going and becoming a Boy Scout, and then I quit being a Boy Scout for like two years or something, and then all of a sudden I was an Eagle Scout, and I don't even know how I did that. I guess because my dad's friends were all in whatever, they all worked together at the power plant. And so they're like, yeah, my dad's like, you're going to do something this summer. You're going to join Eagle Scouts. And I'm like sitting there playing Nintendo, and I'm like, what? I can't be an Eagle Scout. Whatever, dude. You got to have all these badges. You got to do all this crap. And, as a Boy Scout. So my dad says, yeah, that's why you're going to start now. And you're going to get, I think you had to get like something. I can't remember what all it was I had to do. I had to accomplish certain tasks. Like I had to find the sword of Excalibur and pull it out of the stone and all kinds of other stuff. And then I ended up becoming an Eagle Scout. But it did take some work. Like I had to learn how to tie certain knots and do certain things, all this other bullshit that I don't remember. Because my dad actually, I think he was trying to instill, something in me, or whatever. And I was just not really feeling it, and so it's funny because your dad actually kind of talked me into doing it. He says, it'd be good for you. You'll have fun, man. He goes, I did Boy Scouts when I was younger. And, he goes, I always wanted to be, your dad told me, he's like, I always wanted to be an Eagle Scout, so he kind of encouraged me. And so I was like, okay. And so my sister's boyfriends, one of them, which was your dad, and my sister's her boyfriend, whose story is in my book, they said, hey, do this. And so I did it for one season or whatever. And it was okay. I just remember going to Granger Lake and getting so tore up by mosquitoes that I had scabs all over my body. And I just thought, I don't want to do this anymore. To hell with this. D True says, I belong to the Raccoon Lodge. Is that a real thing? What in the hell was what is that? But anyway,
go and dig through the trash and learn how to be like self-sufficient homeless people.
You got to get your trash panda badge.
It's like urban Boy Scouts, except you learn how to just live off the land in like a major city.
Eat trash.
Like this is perfect cardboard for sleeping right here.
I eat trash.
Now, kids, we're gonna show you where to find a perfectly good refrigerator box. Oh, and this barrel is good for lighting fires in the summertime.
It would be the winter, probably better.
I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. In the wintertime.
This is what they see: a dirty old man that drinks his own pee.
And if you find a receipt in the trash for a fast food place, you can call them and get free food. Just lie and scam them and say that they messed up your order, and you have the receipt.
I'm sexy and I'm homeless.
Urban foraging.
Urban foraging.
Artistic bunny.
You guys are great urban foragers.
Yeah.
You guys, you win. You guys win.
Urban outdoorsman.
Urban outdoorsman. Well, that's pretty much all over the city.
Yeah. You
got the urban outdoorsman going on there. So here in Austin, I guess they were all Raccoon Lodge scouts, because there's a whole bunch of Raccoon Lodge scout veterans, I guess, running around.
Yeah.
On the back of their no scan required. Just take the survey on the back of the receipt.
Artistic bunny. It says, I'm part of the Broke Lodge.
The Broke Lodge. Well, at least you're not part of the Broke Back Lodge, right? So what ends up happening? They are in the Boy Scouts, and they end up in the woods, and they were with one of their troop leaders, who they said, and admittedly, he was an Eagle Scout himself. He wasn't that much older than them. He was like in his young teens or something like that. And so he was walking with them, and they were going for a nature hike. And he, of course, back then, this guy's like my age. They had the book where they would look and they would read, like, this kind of plant is this kind of plant here. It won't actually eat you, but that one might, So anyway, whatever. And so they're walking along and they're talking about the different types of plants, and they hear this shrieking noise that he said sounded like the cross between a pig. And he said that he lived not far from a hog farm. And he said growing up, it was awful because you would hear them squealing. Yeah. But then when they would take them to slaughter, you could hear them like they didn't take them from the farm. They did it there, And he said that it was horrible growing up. At times he would drown it out with heavy metal music because he didn't want to hear it. There were certain times where he knew that it would be going on. But he said it sounded like that mixed with a wolf howling. He said, so it was like this pig squeal mixed with a wolf howl, and then this weird chirping noise, which he didn't know what it was. And then it would make that noise again. And he goes, and I'll never forget this. He goes, we were looking at mushrooms in the camp. That counselor, the troop leader, was looking at the book and saying, this type of mushroom, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, and we look up, and we're all like, what in the hell? He goes, and there's like us three, and then 4 or 5 other kids. And we had divided up into 2 groups, And he said, we look and everybody's freaking out. And 3 of the kids just immediately started running back the opposite direction of the trail. And he goes, what you told about your encounter, talking about my encounter. I didn't see a crawler, but I saw a dog man. And he said, what you said about your encounter struck a chord with me, because I'll never forget. You said you were standing there and you were frozen. Looking at this, whatever it was. And he said the same thing happened to me. I couldn't move. And the person in charge who was brave. I think he said that the guy's name was like Mike or something like that. But Michael grabbed him and tried to pull him, and he didn't budge, and it ended up like ripping his shirt trying to get him to move. And he goes, ultimately, I felt like I was being pulled through the woods, and I was just like kind of stumbling. He goes, and then I stopped and I looked back and I see this thing on all fours, like kind of, maneuvering through the underbrush, and like going up under logs and stuff, and kind of like going off of the trail. And it looked like it was making good time, and it was beginning to parallel us and maybe cut us off. And then I realized that it wasn't just trying to cut us off, it was cutting me off, because I looked and there was no one else. I was the last child, on the trail.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, so I sit there and I freeze up again and I contemplate what this thing is going to do to me. And he says, this thing goes up underneath a log, and it comes up, and it was right there on the trail. And he goes, and the way that it stood up, it was on all fours. It was a white, pale creature. He said that there was sort of a pinkish, like flesh color that was directly underneath this white, very pale white flesh. There was like this pink,
like
kind
thin
of
skin.
Yeah, like you could see it underneath it, And he said that he could see what looked like, like weird looking veins and stuff. And inside of that pink, like underneath it, you could see through that too. You could see what looked like a heart beating, but it was like white. The heart looked white. So he goes, I could see the organs and everything in this thing. And he goes, and I'm sitting there, and this thing is just like looking at me. He goes, and it's not blinking. There's just these black eyes. And this, description is not something I haven't heard before, but it definitely was different than the descriptions of some of the ones you hear about with the pink looking eyes, or they'll just look like they're just like one we heard about that had the purple looking veins. It wasn't nothing like that. So this was a different creature. The idea got into his head, and Jimmy said, it was very, I couldn't get rid of the idea that this thing, whatever it was not from this planet. He goes, it was not of this world. It was like it was alien to our world. And so I asked him, I said, what about this? You're in the Pine Barrens. What if this thing is the Jersey Devil? And he goes, I don't think so. He said, one of my ex-girlfriends, one of my ex-girlfriend's brothers had an experience with the Jersey Devil. And the descriptions they gave matched sort of what people would see and of this flying humanoid type creature with the weird face. And he said that I don't believe that's what this was. This thing was not flying. And whatever the Jersey Devil is, he goes, I've heard multiple times. He goes, but one story in particular that really stuck out with me, ex-girlfriend's brother had said that they saw this Jersey Devil, and it was a flying humanoid looking creature with big old weird looking feet. He said this thing was nothing like that at all. It was just, like he said, a pale humanoid-looking crawler thing. And when he's like, the way it stopped and stood up real quick, it was just like, And he said that it just kind of turned and looked at him, and it had really thin arms and really thin legs and weird-looking feet. The feet, which were also white, had these weird, almost like, he said, I would have thought they were like hooves, but they were like two. There was like almost like, how you see like a cloven hoof, but it was like there were two parts to the foot, but then there was like this weird, appendage that stuck out almost, and it looked almost like a weird, deformed thumb on the feet. And he said that it looked and it turned and it made this clicking noise, like click, 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 click. And then he said then it opened its mouth. He said, and if you've ever seen like a Venus flytrap, like that's how the teeth looked, how the way that they came down together.
Yeah.
And then he said there was this like weird membrane that kind of went over the mouth that hid the teeth. And he said it opened its mouth again and was like doing this clicking noise. And then it would open its mouth and it was like walking toward him, kind of observing him. And at this point, he says, dude, I got so scared. He's like, my heart was beating so fast, I couldn't get my breathing under control. And I thought, I'm about to go unconscious. I'm about to pass out. He's like, and then everything started going black, and then that was it. I was out. And then he says that at that point he gets awakened by 2-3 adults that are all around him, and then there's a couple that are pushing him, trying to get him awake. And he said that we were not that far. They were on the south end of the Pine Barrens. He goes, but we were not that far from civilization.
Mm-hmm.
You could easily get in a car and within like 4 to 6 miles of a gas station. You know, it's not like we were. He goes, we were way out in the middle of nowhere. We didn't go camping that far in, you know, where our camp was. And he says, and so they get him back to the barracks. I don't know, barracks was the proper name. I forgot what they called it, the cabins or whatever, but he called it something else. And he goes, and we get back to the bunk house. It's not my words, not his. I can't remember the name he used. And he said that they started questioning him, and they were like, "What happened? What happened?" Well, when that particular troop leader, he hauled ass. Like he literally grabbed a couple of the straggler kids and just grabbed them and was hauling ass. And he was a very big guy, muscular dude, played football. And he caught up. Luckily, the other troop was coming back down this other trail, and he grabbed them and said, "Look, we need help." One of the counselors, whatever, stayed there with the kids, and these other 2 guys went back with him immediately. And when they got back, they saw this thing over the top of him.
Oh.
But they threw rocks at it, and one of them actually hit it with a big, not a stick, like a log, is what they told him, and it didn't do anything. But it broke over. He hit him so hard it broke over him, and it turned. It kind of hissed at him, and then threw its arm back at him, and then went back over the top of this kid. One of the things that he said, he goes, I remember waking up and barely being able to breathe, and it was because there was this weird slimy goo-like stuff over the top of his face, and they had to peel it off of him.
That's disgusting.
To get it to for him to breathe. And this thing, it just jumped up onto a tree branch or up onto a tree, climbed up, went onto one branch, and then started hopping from tree to tree. Now, do you remember there was a couple that used to work for us? And remember they said they were in in California.
Yeah, they said they saw it like swinging from
swing
branch
from
to
tree
branch.
to tree, and it had a tail.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the story of Edidorpa, you know, I Am the Man, that particular story involves one of these pale crawlers kind of being a tour guide through the underworld, where this guy claims, where I Am the Man claims that he even bounced off of mushrooms, and there was all this weird like stuff, you know, and it's a very interesting story, to say the least. Now, he also described this thing as not having a nose. He didn't see a nose. He just saw 2 like things, right? And whatever that was like a nodule right here with 2 slits, and it would kind of move up and down like it was opening and closing or whatever. And the eyes never blinked. He said that there was just like a black, you know, big black eyes. And this thing had a nasty mouth full of sharp needle-like teeth. One of the things that he noticed was that he had 3-inch scratch marks on his arms, but like it had held him down.
Mm-hmm.
And he believes that this thing had it like exuded something from its mouth, like its saliva or something, that went over the top of his face and kept him from being able to breathe. And so, but it must have just happened because they were able to get it off of him, but it felt like it was hardening. Like one of the troop leaders grabbed it and said that it was starting to harden in his hand, and then he threw it, and it literally was getting all over him, and he was trying to get it off. And then he said that whatever this thing was climbed up a tree and was gone, and then was very, I don't want to say ape-like, but yeah, it kind of swung primate-like from tree to tree, and that was it. Well, when I asked him about this, I said, when you went unconscious, do you remember anything? Was there a dream? You know, did you go anywhere? Did something happen? Whatever. And he was just like, nope. just blackness, just darkness. I don't remember, just like, hello, darkness, my old friend, and that was it. There was nothing else.
It just lights out.
It was just lights out. And so here's the thing. Here's the crazy thing. Like I always say that, but it was like, this is crazier than the rest of it, He said that when they explained what had happened to his mother and his father, they talked to some people who were rangers in that area. They went and they supposedly looked. They didn't find anything. Didn't see anything. The boys gave a description. Now the sheriff's department showed up and told them to stop spreading rumors. That's what they told them. And just did not talk about it.
To serve and protect.
And protect and serve. And then it was really weird that the other children that were involved were all questioned, and it was deemed that they had all seen a white deer, an albino deer, and that they had all become panicked because none of them had ever seen an albino deer. And so these poor children were shocked by the albino deer. And some of them, he said that, he goes, I grew up with some of these kids. And later on, he goes, we go back to school. This was in the summertime. He goes, we go back to school. He goes, and get this. One of these kids, he goes, I'll never forget his name, right? He said he sat there. His name was Simon. He said Simon sat there and he lied. He goes, or maybe he just remembered it wrong. But he retold the story in class about how, they were in Boy Scouts and over the summer, everybody's like, well, what did you do over the summer? Simon's like, yeah, we encountered this big white elk down in the Pine Barrens, and we all got scared and ran. And then he's like, and Jimmy fell and woke up and there was snot all over him. He goes, yes, me and that kid got into it later on in the bathroom, and I pummeled him, and then I got in trouble.
It's actually less
and
believable.
I got licks for it. Back then, we got licks was corporal punishment.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Oh, so that's actually less believable than what actually happened.
Yeah.
You just fall down and you get up and there's snot all over your face.
He fell so hard that there was snot on his face after seeing a white elk and everybody running in panic. And he's like, dude, to this day, he goes, there are still some stupid kids that are now adults. They're stupid adults that still live in my hometown and work at Walmart, and they're dumb. And he said that, the small town mind that they have, this is his words, not mine. But he said that they still try to say, oh, we saw a white elk, and he goes, it's not what we saw.
Yeah.
He said, so once we were teenagers and we were out of high school, he goes, we had talked about going back down. It was a long trip, from all the way up by New York City, all the way down to the south, of New Jersey. And he says, it's a long ways. He says, so when we got older, we decided that we were going to take a trip and we were all going to, so he goes, there was me and my friend James, the other Jimmy, and my friend Johnny, we called John Boy. He's like, my friend Brian. And then he goes, my other friend, we called Goober, but his name was Gus.
Yeah. He
goes, and Gus, or Gustav we called him Goober. Okay. Because he was just a goober. He was just a goober. And it was an affectionate name. Everybody called him that. But they all decided to pile into their friend's car and they drove down to the Pine Barrens. And they literally went to this camp, which was still in effect, still operable, but it was like in the fall and there was nobody there. So they went and they retraced the steps of where they were. And then they decided that they were going to camp out for the night in the middle of this area, which was actually not, it was actually owned by, I guess, Boy Scouts. I guess it was owned by Boy Scouts of America. I think that's what he said. But he decided that they were just going to, do whatever, and what, and I think he said it was like in the early 90s or something like that. And so they found an abandoned building, which she goes, it was so dilapidated, we probably shouldn't even been in there.
Yeah.
And we decided that we would build a fire in the chimney, and there were you could see through big, giant 5-inch holes in the wall that were just like where entire pieces of wood had been taken out, dilapidated cabin, I guess, Goober was Comer's cousin. Yeah, exactly. That's what he said. It was like, he goes, we called him Goober. And he said that for his birthday, one of them gave him one of those little goober hats that look like the court jester, whatever, and that he actually cut the balls off of it and he wore it to school. And so then they started calling him Goober because of that. But he was goofy anyway, and he was always doing. But he wasn't goofy in the way that he was just like stupid goofy. He just did goofy stuff.
Yeah, class clown type.
Yeah, class clown guy. So he literally earned that nickname. So he was one of the. But this is what happened. They were in this cabin, and his friend Gus, that he called Goober, him and Brian were going out and they were gathering firewood. And Gus comes running back in. And he had a reputation for being kind of like, oh, there's something going on. Everybody runs out. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, right. Nothing's happening. Like he pulled the fire alarm during prom. Right? Okay. And then to top it, like a hold my beer or whatever thing,
sure.
He decided the next year that he would actually make the sprinkler systems go off.
This kid's going places.
Yeah. Well, he ended up in jail.
It's a place.
And not for that. Not for that, but he actually got in trouble. His family got fined money for that, but he ended up actually doing time in jail.
Yeah.
And it was something stupid. Like, if I remember correct, the guy told me the story. What Jimmy told me was that his friend Goober actually ended up in jail. There's a little sidelight to this. And I said, what did he go to jail for? And he said, well, he had bought his ex-girlfriend, which they were, at the time they were together, and he had bought her a set of tires. Well, when he saw her running around with another dude, he not only did he go up and punch the guy in the face, like at some burger joint, like Sonic or something like that. He punched the guy. And then he said that he went back and took off the tires, he stole the tires off of her vehicle, and she reported it. So then that guy pressed charges on him for assault. So he got in trouble for that, and then for stealing because he gave her those tires. You can't go, give and then take them back, and then steal, So that, ended up not a good situation, you know. And so what ended up happening? This guy, he comes into the cabin. He says, there's something out there. And he said that Brian wouldn't have seen it too. Then me, James, and John wouldn't have even thought twice. Would have been like, okay, whatever, dude. You're always talking shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so the other Jimmy, James, he was bigger, stronger, kind of tougher. They're all the same age, but he was just built different. And more than one time, he had actually kind of gotten into it with Gus because Gus was a clown, like you said. Liked to play jokes and took it too far.
Yeah.
And so he said at one point he did this little Carrie type joke where he dumped red paint on him when he came into the house or out of the barn, and didn't go over well. So James beat the snot out of him. And so he said that James told me, he says, dude, I'm going to beat your ass if I go out there and there's nothing going on. And at that point they hear boom, 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 like two big thuds. And they all stop and they're like, shh, what is that? What is that? And Jimmy's like, I knew in my heart right then and there that whatever the hell that was, it was not a human. And I thought for sure that this was what I had seen when I was younger. And I'm thinking, there's no way that's not a human. There's no way. No way. And he said that he was sitting there. And he goes, and I was thinking, and I told him, I said, guys, don't go. And before I could even say it, he's like, Brian and Gus were back away from the door. They were not. He goes, and we had no firearm with us. We had a shotgun that was in the car, in the trunk of the car, no less. And we had not brought it in. And he looks over at his friend, Johnny, whose car it was. He said, Johnny, do you got the shotgun? And he's like, no, it's in the car. And then right then he says, okay. He goes, don't open that door. And before he goes, I could even get the word out, door, with a D. Mm-hmm. They opened it. And sure enough, he goes, we see this thing kind of dart off into the woods. He goes, it was fall. And it was like late October, like a week before Halloween. And he said, and it was chilly. It was nice and chilly out. And we were like, what in the hell? What was that? He goes, and his friend was like, I don't know, but we need to get the hell out of here. And so he said that they all, just took off and headed for the car. He goes, we all run, we go to get in the car, and my friends, and we're all sitting in the car. And my friend, Johnny, who was so discombobulated, he said he realized, he goes, I don't have the keys. And they're like, where are the keys at? He goes, they have to be in the cabin. They're on the table, I think. I don't know. And he goes, they had been drinking a little bit, and they were teenagers, and it wasn't legal for them to drink, but they had had a few beers. He's like, we were drinking some really bad beer.
Okay? You forgot
teenagers do that.
You forgot the keys. You go get them.
And so Johnny had, told Brian, who was in the front seat, he goes, can you go get him? And he goes, hell no, I'm not going to go get him. There was some kind of weird, what is that? And then, he says, at that point, he said his friend James leans up and says, that's the thing we saw when we were kids. Goes, bad timing, but yeah, that's what it was. And he's like, are you sure? And he goes, I'm positive. He goes, we saw that when we were kids. And then, of course, Gus is like, I thought y'all saw like a white elk. He goes, no, stupid. We told you. That's why we were coming down here. And he goes, oh, great. So this thing is real. And then this big argument ensues, and Jimmy's like thinking to himself, what? We told you this was real. And it really pissed him off that nobody was believing him. And there was another one of his friends, a guy named Stefan, that was there during the whole whatever. And he came to him later on when everybody was trying to convince him. You all right?
Yeah, I just thought I saw like a light go off over here.
Yeah, I saw that too earlier, right? Like over there.
Like something turned off, but everything's on.
Yeah, but everything's on. Yeah, I saw it too. Yeah, so kind of weird. But anyway, this
check the front real quick. I'll be right back.
So what ended up happening is this guy, he gets aggravated, and he's like, I told you that this was real. Did you think that we were just making it up? And he goes, even Stefan told you that this was real. He goes, yeah, but I just didn't think it was happening. I didn't think it was really going to happen, And so he's like, well, now it is. And we're sitting in a car, and this thing, they see it go between two trees or come out of behind some bushes and go between two trees and then turn, do an about face, and they see it. They see it. All except for Brian, who had been brave enough to run back inside, even after him and Gus had seen it. And Gus is like, there it is, because they saw it again. This was the second time they had seen it. And so they ended up, being a witness to this. Sorry, man, work stuff. Text Tony, find out what's going on, and see if he did the second, whatever. And so what ended up happening, this thing, whatever it was there right in front of them. And he said that he estimated it was about 45 to 50 yards away, but they could see it at the tree line. And they were sitting here at this dilapidated, old place that looked like it was, they had driven over some pretty rough terrain. And he was like, dude, it was like off-road terrain, right? And he's like, I'm telling you right now, he goes, that car was not made for that, okay? And he said that it was like, this is funny, he said he had a Mazda, and at one time I had one. I had a 626. It was the worst car I ever had. I mean, it was bad. It was a bad car. It had all kinds of problems. But he didn't have a 626. He had another one. But anyway, I told him, I said, let me guess, the Mazda wouldn't start. He goes, no, it started. When I got the keys, it started up. He goes, and I backed out. But when we got onto this, really, which was a glorified deer trail, was just wide enough for us to kind of like maneuver through and get out of there in this small car. We had all crammed into this small car. And things teenagers do. It's just stupid things, right? And so they're driving down this, dilapidated deer path, or at least that's what they thought it was. And then they get back onto the main trail where there was a hiking trail used by the Boy Scouts and the Eagle Scouts, whatever. And then they started driving down there. And then this thing comes running out from the brush, and they see it full on. And it literally runs alongside their vehicle. Doesn't touch it, doesn't attack it or do anything dramatic. It's just running alongside it. And then they eventually get off onto this area where there's like a straightaway, and they just gunned it. And they ended up going onto this other path that took them to the gravel road, which also got them out of there. And this thing was running alongside and then behind the vehicle, and eventually they outpaced it. And then it veered off, and then it went off into the woods. Now, he said over the years, he's like, me and my friends have talked about this and talked about this and talked about this. My one friend who saw it with us when we were children, of course, he passed away when he was young. He had moved to, I think, Pennsylvania or maybe it was Ohio. But he passed away in an accident working in like a steel mill or something. I think it was Pennsylvania. But anyway, that person is no longer around. And that was his friend Johnny, who the one that was driving.
Mm-hmm.
They said, and then the other two friends, one of them ended up moving out to California, and then he eventually moved to Canada and was a logger. He said, I've lost touch with him for a long time. Then I reconnected with him. He remembers the story. He's like, and then my other friend got married, and for a while there, he was living in Minnesota. And he goes, and I lost touch with him. He goes, but the other guy, like I said, I stayed friends with him for years. And that was Goober. That was the guy, Gus, or whatever. And he says, Gus was like, he goes, I'll never forget it. He goes, I'll never forget it. He goes, as long as I live. But he became worked in a gun store.
Mm-hmm.
Like he moved to like Virginia or West Virginia or something like that, joined the military. And then, and two of them had joined the military. And just to get out of their town, because they didn't want to live there. He goes, I made a mistake, knocked a girl up young, and we ended up having a kid when I was like 17. And I said, yeah, well, it happens. But I mean, you have a child now and you care about it. And he says, yeah, of course. And so he raised the child and everything. And he said that what's weird, though, here's what happened now. That first child, his girlfriend was pregnant, 2 months pregnant, and he did not know that at the time when he saw that crawler the second time. When his child was 6 years old, okay, same thing. Like he puts him in Cub Scouts or whatever it is, 6 or 7 years old. He ends up, didn't come back with any kind of weird story like, oh, guess what, Dad? I saw this weird like crawler thing. Nothing like that. It was nothing like that. He said, but he ends up coming back from, being, at Cub Scouts one day. And he says he's really sleepy. He was tired. So he ended up going to sleep at like 6, 7 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, and then he wakes up screaming at 4 a.m, saying that there was something in his room. And so he asked his son, who's like 6 going on 7, whatever, after his first, I think he said it was his first day in Scouts, whatever. And he said, he's like, when, he goes, what did you see? He goes, he proceeds to describe to me something that I had never talked to him about. My wife had heard the story a couple times, but I was like, did you tell him this? And she was like, no, absolutely not. So she had never told him this story. This child saw that same thing looking in the window. And now I told him, I said, you don't live in South Jersey. He says, no, hell no. I was living in the North. He goes, and do you think that this thing could have physically found me? And I said, no, I don't believe that that's what that was. But I believe that maybe if you're looking at it from a metaphysical, maybe, I don't believe that the physical creature itself came. I don't know. I have a hard time believing that.
Yeah.
But give me your thoughts on that. But it was a one-time thing. Thank God. It was a one-time thing. It never happened again. There was never any whatever. And so, I mean, what was that? I mean, and why was that? Why did it happen the way it did? I don't know. So if anybody has any comments to say about that, let me know. Or if you have any questions, sorry, I'm all ears. Your thoughts?
the crawler thing is like the one thing that I don't know what to believe on it. I mean, like I'm not even leaning in either direction.
Yeah.
I mean, on at best, I think maybe it's like some like primordial form of something, like some kind of creature, some predator that I don't know, like it maybe takes the form of its prey over time. Who knows?
Well, we've had a lot of thoughts about this thing. We've had a lot of people give us their opinions. You know, with Jerry and Ella Williams, when they were on the show, you know, we talked about what it could be and what they could be.
Or maybe it's something that was like brought in either on purpose or by accident from like some, I don't know, some abominable dimension or something that came from CERN, or I don't know.
What if it's a pre-dog man?
It could be a pre-Dogman, pre-Bigfoot, pre-any cryptid.
That's what I'm saying. What if it's a pre-human? What if it eats a person, takes
Yeah.
on the characteristics of a person, and then it becomes like a mimic that walks among us?
Mm-hmm.
Creepy.
Yeah.
Just messed up thought. That, you know,
Well, just yeah. I mean, like, I've said this before, but like that thought reminds me of that. There's a Stephen King show called The Outsider, where this thing it would take the form of human beings, but it said like that it had been around for so long, so alive for so long that it didn't even have any memory left of where it came from, of what it was. All it knew is that it had to consume human flesh to live, and that that was just its nature. But it was a sentient thing. Like it would speak as a human. It would walk and talk as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
But it just knew that it wasn't outside of that. It didn't know what it was.
Yeah, it is a very creepy thing. So, Area Trance says they are underground in earthquakes that cause breaches. Another term is USLs, unidentified subterranean life forms. Be True says, do you think crawlers can be feral people?
I mean, maybe that's like one of the first, or like one of the oldest like forms of like advanced forms of life on this planet. You know.
Lance has a good question. Have you guys been shown any skulls, bones by colleagues that didn't seem human? And I'm trying to think. Yes, and no. Yes, in the way that we have seen pictures. No, in the way that I have held one in my hand. So I don't know if that helps. Chris Anderson says mimic. Yes. Very weird. Good point. A Crowley portal freak. Stephen Greer says they bring things back from lower astral fields and labs. Today, if you go back and there was a really good show on today was Boomer.
Mm-hmm.
BMR. I call him Boomer. And him and Tex were on today because, you know, it's brunch with BMR.
Yeah.
And they had, she sent me a message. She was trying to, her name is Linda something. Give me a second here and I'll find it. She hit me up about doing a collaboration. Just a few days ago, but for me, that's like 1,000 messages back, folks. I'm sorry. I see about 10 people I need to get, maybe 12, more than that even. I need to get back with. Look up the most recent episode with Boomer, BMR.
He said her name is Linda Eastburn.
Eastburn. Oh, he's on there?
Yeah.
Okay. And Boomer, I expect you to give me back the donation that I gave you earlier today because I'm broke. So if you could give it back, that'd be great.
Please, sir. May I have some more?
He's like, what a DC boomer. Yeah, you know, this Josh guy, he's a real prick. This guy, you know, he gives me a donation and he tells me on the show, you know, oh, you know what, boomer, you got to give it back to me. And I'm like, you know, go F yourself. I'm not going to do that. You know, go Lions. That's my impersonation. That's my BMR impersonation. He goes, sure, not today. He goes, I done spent that shit. And that was gone. It was like, I went to the grocery store, but with that, he bought like a jug of milk. Milk is at least $50 now. It's not going to lie. It's nothing you can do. We're done. We're just done.
You can get milk or eggs.
No.
Not both.
Yeah, that's what happens when we have, person in the office, Mr. Bean.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's so what ends up happening, they're talking on the show and they begin to talk about portals and, you know, alien abduction and then and astral projection. And they were talking about this remote viewing. Now, I'm in full belief that the person that used to camp out in that room over there, you remember?
Mm-hmm.
He practiced astral projection, remote viewing, and he got caught up by a sentinel. And I wanted to come on the show and just briefly tell BMR's audience what that is. A sentinel is something you don't want to mess with. What these government projects do is they put a lower life form astral plane sentinel, usually pretty highly intelligent being, and they give it a job. And that job is to stomp your ass if you come into their territory. And they will chase you, they will hunt you, they will hound you down. And they can manifest as physical, and they're very astute, and it's something that they're able to do. I've been given stories about sentinels. There was a guy that I knew that created a bird cage with the M16 that could have saved lives, but a military contractor who had, you know, a monopoly. I'm not going to I shouldn't even be talking about the whole story. I know it. I sat across from him, you know, Hills Cafe. It's not there anymore. I met him at Hills Cafe, and the guy was very nervous. And he was looking around. He was showing us the design, and I sat there with my friend who was a Navy SEAL and another one of my friends who was in the Army, and they were like, "Wow, this could change everything." The problem is that the government gives contracts to certain people, and he was not one of those people. And so we had to be very careful. And so he told me a story about when he was trying to go to a government base to show them this. And it was pretty wild. He camped out at a rest stop. Rest stop. And he woke up and he came out of his body. Well, I mean, he didn't know at the time that's what he was doing, and he was trying to use the restroom, but he couldn't. And he realized, he was like, what the hell? I don't think I'm awake. I'm in a dream. And he sees this creature, which he could only describe as like kind of like a crawler, but it was gray. It was a grayish-looking creature, and it had like a light fur on it, and it was kind of glowing a bluish fluorescent glow. And it came running at him, and he got in his vehicle, and then he woke up, and for a split second, he looked, and he saw this thing going around the front of his vehicle and getting down on all fours. The way he described it was a cross between a werewolf with like no fur, just like human hair, but really thick, and some sort of pale crawler. It was the only way I could describe it. And then he goes, and then I just gunned it, and I got out of there. He goes, he didn't run over anything. He didn't hit anything. He looked back. He didn't see anything. The interesting thing about it was that it wasn't that there was nothing there. There was no proof of it. It was just when he woke up. Well, he got a phone call from someone that said, hey, you know, and they called it that, a sentinel. And they said, if you continue with this, bullshit trying to help, do this or that. We don't know. We don't care. He's a former soldier.
Okay.
Your little crusade or whatever that's going to cost us a lot of money, then you're going to see a lot more of that. So that was it. And I've been kind of hesitant, and now I don't give a shit. I'll say whatever because who cares?
Yeah.
Got a big old target on my back anyway. What's another sentinel? What does it matter? But with my magic power to send,
with your Kamehameha and your energy balls.
Yeah, my ability to
force lightning.
What did they say it was? To astral project into people's houses as bugs, according to one man.
What kind of bug? Stink bug?
I'd rather not say. I can't. I got to keep it a secret.
Yeah.
It creeps and crawls. It's like an Australian huntsman.
Should be a stink bug. So if they kill you, they got to pay the price.
Then you pay the price for making.
It's like, you're taking my life, but I'll take yours too. Well, I'll take your. Take your pleasant air away from you.
I love the Clint Eastwood pick. He says, "If you pee in astral, you pee in real life. Don't ask." Yeah, that's pretty much it. Artistic Money says fruit fly. And 86 says cockroaches. I'm just gonna say this: he used cockroaches to carry away my son. That's all I know. Okay, and this other man swings swords around. He believes my bullshit now. So I'm just gonna say that. Get freaking bent, dude. What is wrong with these people? Boomer, I was joking about that, man. I gave you that so you could go and get you a Lions hat because I was looking online at the Lions hats and they were ugly. There was like 30 of them and every one of them was ugly as shit. I mean, I'm not joking. Boomer, these Lions hats were ugly. And then I realized there was something with each one of those hats and why it was so damn ugly. And I was sitting there going like, why are these hats so, I wouldn't wear this. And then I realized they all had like this little symbol of a lion on there. And I was like, oh, there's like some blue caca on there. It could have been worse though. It could have had a 4 and a 9 on there.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
Red and gold. Right, that's even gross. Makes me want to, when you think about it.
Or it could have had an NY on there,
Excuse me, folks. Oh, that's pretty bad too. We're getting really gross. We're getting sick. Or that eagle head.
Or don't even get me started on the round G.
Oh my God. Or the G or that eagle head. That's some bad stuff right there. Or that weird the one with the little 3 different colored stars. That weird Steeler, whatever that,
Pittsburgh
nasty.
Thieves.
Nasty. You're talking about nasty. I'd rather deal with wolf spiders than those things. My doctor's a great guy, but he's a Steelers fan. And like he actually took a helmet, and I can't remember what kind of helmet it was, but he took some old helmet and he spray painted it and made his own Steeler helmet out of it. And I said, you could have got one of those piles of shit out of the.
He's from Texas, right?
No, his family's originally from Pittsburgh.
Okay.
So I told him, I said, you could got one of those piles. If you went to the Raccoon Lodge, they'll teach you to dig in the trash, and then you.
I don't care what anyone says. If they're from Texas and they're like a big fan of
why is that?
I'll tell you why. And I don't care what they say. It's because they like the way the colors and the logo look. No other reason.
Hey! Now I'm a Bucks fan.
Yeah, but
they're gonna Bucks.
Yeah, but like, okay, if you're from Texas, why would you like the rivals of Texas teams?
Well, the Bucks aren't really a rival.
No, I'm not. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't apply to what you're talking about. Like,
to see like this, I'll show you.
They're gonna say like, "Oh, I like this player and that player." No, you don't. You like the pretty colors and the pretty symbols. I don't care what anyone says. You have no excuse.
Or they want to
be from Texas and like rival teams.
They want to hate the Texas teams. They want to hate the Texas teams too. Chris Anderson says, "Got to break out the VCR to watch the last Cowgirls Super Bowl." You ain't lying about that, man. I ain't even gonna argue, bro. There's nothing you can do. It's a sad thing. The dingo ate your bait. What is that? Was it a frisky dingo? Stuart, have y'all ever seen that? So thank you for that donation, Boomer, and appreciate it, dude. You just, he said my Lions hat was only $30. Well, the bad thing is though that they take 30% or whatever, so you get, Brianna says, I like the Packers. I'm sorry. Get help somewhere. There's help for that. Sure, of course you can. Can I have a drink? I don't know if we.
Yeah.
A snack on something.
What you got there? Bananas?
Yeah.
I'll take one. We had to give our pig manners.
Yeah, we had to bribe him to get him in the.
He got in the. He finally
bathtub.
got in the shower. So I had to keep going over the top and dropping pieces of banana in there, while Anthony bathed them, and Nellie was like talking to him. It's okay. And then Tony comes in there and stands there going. He was the biggest help, though. He really was. He was just there for moral support. And he just stood there going. And I was like,
what the hell is this?
Huh?
These are terrible.
Which ones are they?
I don't know. Whatever this is.
Very acquired things. Like, you have to like them.
Are
I have
those
no
the honey
desire-
mustard ones?
No desire to acquire the taste for these.
Those are nuts. Are those the honey mustard ones?
Yeah.
Those aren't bad. I don't like honey mustard, though. A wasteful child. You can leave them in there. My brother will eat them. I don't know.
You know what the issue was?
What?
We're not so touching each other.
What?
He doesn't like when his food touches him.
Tony, you barely like food at all.
Chris Anderson says, I am a T Swift and Kelsey fan. I want to see them make a love child. They spew forth Cthulhu. You don't want that. Nobody wants that. Come on now, Chris. We don't want to see that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Let's put on a different hat. I see death around the corner. How long will they mourn me? Nightmares. Bullshit calling me. Nightmares. Now I rest in peace. Yeah, I tell you what, man. If you were out in the woods as a child and you saw what these kids saw, you would probably want to believe that it was some kind of white antelope, not antelope, elk too.
Yeah.
Actually, it's funny that's the third time I've said when I was repeating the story back to him, I said antelope, and he goes elk. I said, oh, okay, geez, sorry, don't hurt me, man. I don't see what the difference is. He goes, the elk is a much larger creature, so it would make more sense, but
It would be scarier.
Still a lie. And I said, okay, I get it. And so, Jimmy, from the bottom of my heart, I feel for you. But I have to say this, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say something that might sound a little off-putting, but why the F would you go back? Why would you go back? The curiosity was that. And so I asked him that question, and it was largely because of Goober, his friend called Goober.
Yeah.
And he said his friend Brian really didn't never doubted him or whatever. And, of course, Johnny and James were there with him, but Goober, Gus, decided to continue harassing and teasing him with another one of their friends. And then that friend said, oh, well, I got to work. And so they're like, we wouldn't be able to, we were going to take two different vehicles. And the guy was like, well, I don't have enough gas. You know how it is when you're young, you're broke. You don't have shit.
Yeah.
And then some people grow up and cosplay and swing swords around in the woods, and they're still broke and don't have shit either. So they, they have to make shit up. But that's just how it goes. We're not going to talk about that. But, I look at it like, if it was me and I was a kid and they told me, the other kids, not him, because you obviously what happened to him, but you might have, who knows? I've thought about that. What if they just put that in your head and there's nothing you can do? I mean, people can put memories into your mind as an adult.
Yeah.
And I've seen it happen. I've seen people sit there and retell a story to adults, and they're just like taking it. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these people,
I mean,
man?
you can
Your
do it
brain
to-
that weak?
You can do it to yourself. If you repeat something to
Yeah.
yourself enough, you start to believe it. Like that. I remember you telling me that was actually a study that was done
Mm-hmm.
where they had people who were participating purposely repeat to themselves something that didn't happen. And then I think they did it like 100 times. They did it on a daily basis so many times. But they did it so much that by the end of the study, a decent percentage of those people legitimately started to believe that what they were repeating to themselves actually happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In that study that you're talking about, what they did was, and I had just read it, and it was like, it was crazy. What they had done was had told these people that such and such had happened. And so they told them at the beginning of the study, everybody knew that it didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
So they told themselves in the mirror every day for like, I think it was 60 days, and some of them it was 30 days. They were trying to figure out like a numbers game, like how many people. There was like 20 of them that did it for this long, 20 of them. And they said, I think they said like 13% it was 13%, I believe. They never relinquished their belief. And even when their brothers, sisters, told them that was part of an experiment you did when you were in college, and they were like, no, this really happened. No. And they believed it. So if somebody's, especially if they're mentally weak and they're stupid enough to get up there and say it in front of a mirror, over and over again for 30 to 60, however long it was for each group. I think it was Columbia University, wasn't it? Something like that. It was like an Ivy League school where they did this crazy experiment. So they did this experiment, and I can't remember exactly which school it was, but I was showing Anthony this article, and it was that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So you could brainwash yourself. So if you really wanted to believe something bad enough, you would just sit there in front of a mirror, right? And then just say this happened over and over again until it did in your mind. And another thing I read too was like it only takes 11 seconds during a verbal disagreement, for one person to raise their voice. The average was 11 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So like if I tell you, Tony, I don't like pineapple on my pizza. Do you like pineapple on your pizza?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. See, I don't.
I mean, I think it's great. I mean, I don't know what your issue with
you
pineapple.
know what? I don't agree. I think it's horrible.
Well, I mean,
okay, you know what? I think you're full of shit.
You're not listening to me.
You're full of shit.
You're not listening to me
See,
here.
There you go. It was 10 seconds, not even 11. And you proved my point. That was exactly within 11 seconds. I wanted to raise my voice.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take, but I think it was like 11 seconds was the average for two people disagreeing, even in a controlled environment. They had them, you remember my friend Renee, like he does the surveys and all that. We were talking one day about that, about the weird stuff that people, and there's these studies. They do all these studies. They did one, because I owned a Tundra, and they did this one study, for Tundra owners, and everybody came together and said, well, why do we not like it? Why do we like it? That kind of stuff. But they did this one where people that had certain aversions to certain snack foods. And so they just had them like argue. And so I was telling him, I was like, it only takes 11 seconds, man, literally, for people to just say, no, F you, man. I don't like Reese's Pieces. Well, that's not one of them, but I'm saying that, you know what I mean? And they're like, well, I like, peanut butter and crackers. Well, I don't like that. And then the next thing you know, they're arguing, and someone is going to raise their voice over the other person. This is a real thing. And so you're sitting there going like, what in the hell? And so these kids, if somebody sits you in a room, and this is what they claimed happened to one of their friends, and I didn't get his name, but they said that they sat there and they told him over and over again, this didn't happen. You saw an elk. And he was like, no, I didn't. I saw this man looking thing. It looked like a man. And they were like, no. That was an elk. It was an elk. And he said, well, it didn't have horns. They said, no, it was a female elk without horns, because it was too big to be a deer, right? It was. And he said, no, it was too big. The thing was about 7 foot tall, by the way. And he said, this thing is it was too big. So they said, no, it was an elk. And they just kept telling him that, and they repeated it until these people capitulated. And these people were kids.
Yeah.
Well, hell yeah, they're going to be like, and then they gave them like ice cream or they went ice cream or something else. They gave the kids something, to give them to whatever, and you're sitting there going like, dude, I mean, I don't know. I'm going to say this, even as a kid, you weren't going to convince me of some bullshit. I mean, I argued in class, about Noah's Ark when I was in the Christian Science Academy.
School.
I said I believe that there was something else going on there because all those animals wouldn't have fit.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, and now here's the conundrum, if you brought on certain species of animals and then all the other animals evolved from those species. But if you're saying that evolution doesn't exist, then you can't say that. Now, knowing what I know now, I believe that there were multiple species of animals that probably did happen that way, but that they also had a lot of DNA samples. That's what I believe. The Ark was a DNA sample, I believe there was an Ark. I believe it did happen, but not the way they say it did. And there again, and I'm not trying to be a Bible thumper defending the Bible, whatever. What I'm trying to say, though, is that the Bible doesn't say that it says that they brought animals by two, whatever, but it doesn't say that they didn't take in DNA. It doesn't discount that happened. They didn't say, and there was no DNA. It was just these animals, The average fundamentalist will be up there like, oh, I'm sure you can't, blah, 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 because they always have to.
And you have to remember that languages don't translate over to English correctly.
Or area trans says multiple arcs. There you go. That could be in that too. Yeah, we know, Anderson, you're a pineapple criminal. You abuse pineapple and you put it on pizza, which is something
that's disgusting.
Chris, that a pig had to give its life to create that pizza, and you insult it by putting pineapple on its flesh. How dare you?
It's a weird way of thinking of it.
That should be
a pineapple dropped from a tree
for animal cruelty for that,
and traveled all the way over here to be sliced up,
all the way to find a new life,
to be baked in an oven for you to enjoy it. You can't even enjoy it fresh.
Yeah. And the sad, I look at truffles now, and I don't look and think, man, he's delicious. I would never eat truffles.
No,
I mean, I love him. He's too.
I mean, I look at truffles and I think, this ham sandwich is delicious, but I don't think he's delicious in itself.
No. Like, yesterday when we were trying to get him in the shower, he was starting to aggravate me. But I can't stay mad at him, dude. He's so gentle. He's a gentle little soul.
Mm-hmm.
And you got him in there, and once he got in there and you started bathing him, he kind of liked it. He was like, "Oh, cool, The water was nice."
Yeah.
And so you had that warm water, but you almost screwed up. And I told you I was reaching over. I was like, "Get the cold water off. You spray with that cold water, and he's gonna start kicking, dude." And I said, "Dude, you're gonna freeze him with that cold water." I mean, I like cold showers, but I don't think he does.
Yeah, he likes that warm water.
You got that warm water on him, then he was kind of like, "Yeah, it's nice." And then he looked so clean and fresh.
He looks nice.
Yeah, he came in there while I was on the show, whatever, and he was showing me himself. He was like, "Look at me, I'm clean." Now you need to do the same. Under Fire says you should film Josh washing your pet pig. No, my job was to hold the shower door closed.
Mm-hmm.
And me and Nellie and Anthony was in the shower with Truffles.
I had to make sure he didn't step on my feet with his hooves.
Mm-hmm.
If you get stepped on by a pig, it's very painful.
It
It's
is.
very painful.
He hurt my toes. And I had to keep taking old mush bananas and dropping them over the top so he could keep eating them. So we had to bribe him in there with the bananas, but
and I was comforting Banjo, giving him moral support.
Well, you're always doing that.
Well, he needs it a lot.
dude, when we had the storm the other day,
Yeah, poor bud.
he freaked out.
Well,
boy. He came and he sat down by the door because he knew I was in there.
It's a couple of things. It was 4th of July, and then the storm happened.
And then the next day. Yeah, and so 4th of July was what day?
On the 4th?
It was Thursday. Yeah, thank you, smart mouth. And then Friday it rained. So then, we had him. So I ended up taking him, and keeping him in the room with us or whatever. Poor little dude. He was freaked out, boy.
He grew up in the hood. Those reminds him of gunshots.
What in the hell are you talking about?
Well,
Speaking of pizza, Monica and I on Saturday at midnight are starting a show on why she hates all pizza, period. Sacrilegious. Blah, blah, blah. Monica? Like the Monica that does the show with us, our Monica, our co-host? She doesn't like pizza?
Our soon-to-be ex-co-host.
Yeah,
Based on
her soon-to-be fired ex-co. Yeah, exactly. Why would you not like pizza?
she is okay. She is not cult material, and we do not endorse her blasphemous beliefs. And her sacrilegious beliefs in no way, shape, or form represent the beliefs of the PRT cult.
everybody knows.
She is hereby excommunicated.
When you join the PRT
Shame.
cult, you get a piece of pizza and a side of Kool-Aid.
Shame. Yeah, there's
Next, you're gonna
Maddie
tell her she don't like Kool-Aid.
pointing out that it is damn near a sin. Yes, it is. And I'm happy to announce that Maddie's actually now in Austin. She made it this morning, last night. I don't know which, but she made it. So that's a good thing. And she's here. So anybody else, your thoughts on the crawler here? Because if nothing else, no one else has anything to say. Mike, that was a long drive. It wasn't for me or any of us. We didn't notice. We didn't even notice it.
To where?
To here.
From Chicago to here.
I didn't.
What is that, Chris Miller? I unsub because my comments went unnoticed. I try to add valuable content. You unsub from us?
I mean, we try to notice as much as we can, but you know, at the end of the day, we're doing this for like in the flow of things.
There you go. Now we're talking. Joseph Gross says, Josh, could you do something on Vril and Vril Society? Yes, I could. It's odd because, okay, I'll tell you something weird. When we were exploring the Devil's Backbone, the second time I went out there, there is a Boy Scout lodge out there, like where they can go and camp or whatever. I've never been out there when it's been in use.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen anybody out there. But that area has a lot of people have seen things like high strangeness in that area. So I've often wondered if any of the counselors or the troop leaders or any of the kids out there in the Devil's Backbone never seen anything weird. That would be interesting.
What is this Vril that he's talking about?
You don't know what the Vril is? Look it up, man.
Well, I mean, I've heard the word before, and like
I'm always supposed to tell you everything.
in one context, like it's like a certain type of energy.
What?
I think he's confusing it with.
Area trans, what do you know about them? Be interesting. Throw the link on there. Area, you want to come on? Talk about some Vril for a little bit before we get out? There you go. Throw the link on there. Let him come on.
All right.
Astros are 1, but the Mariners are hanging tough. The Astros, They're still 2 games back, but they're headed for a showdown with the Mariners. So, the Vril Society thing, it's. I mean, I think it's a book. It was written. The guy's name is Lighton. I don't remember his first name. Maybe somebody can look it up, but I know that he says, there's like this coming race. It's the book is called The Coming Race, and it's basically saying it's like these reptilians, and they are going to use. Well, there's all kinds of theories surrounding it too, that they're going to usurp mankind and become the new man.
Huh.
And Hitler was known to, there it is, Edward B. Lighton. There you go. Thank you. Hitler was known to have said that I have seen the new man and he is terrifying in his countenance. I was afraid. So it's a weird thing. There's area trans right there.
Hey guys, how's it going? I love this Vril Society stuff.
These headphones in, right? Napoleon was said to have maybe interacted with these beings too.
Huh.
He called one of them the red man. Not like the native red man, but it was like a red being that he had interacted with.
Oh yeah, I've heard there's.
I can barely hear him.
You got your mic turned way down?
It should be up.
Yeah.
Let's see. How's the software?
There you go.
All right, awesome.
So tell us what you know about the new man.
I've only done research as far as the people doing whistleblowing and research on these underground bases. That's really where a lot of that activity seems to go around. And there's even talk of in the pyramids being these sort of gateways for the underworld, where the tunnels, I think there was one called the Great Pit that's graded now, like a huge middle grate, and they probably covered up a lot of the actual connection in the Great Pyramid, but it's said to go deep into the earth, probably meeting the water table and going beyond that. Supposedly a lot of these beings, they come up from these inner earth chambers, and so someone was saying that there's this sort of possible connection between, in the comments here, on the unidentified subterranean life forms, the flesh gates, these rake type things. And I'd say it's actually a good point. Maybe they're coming up as vehicles for these sort of the parasite race, or Vril in this case. Vril-ya can also actually mean life force. So there's a very big distinction between Vril-ya and the Vril.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's what I was thinking of.
And when he says DUMBs, do y'all know what that means?
Deep underground
Military bases, yeah. Right. Now, explain the difference between the two, the Vril.
The Vril, a lot of times you'll hear that as a very dark, almost a pitch black parasite type of being, a sort of reptilian offshoot, and they interact with oftentimes it's the human eye at a physical level. From the stories I've heard on here, they'll go into a mystic, I say mystic, actually kind of interesting, a mist form, and they'll enter different places as that form. So I wonder if they're this different matter. Some people I know more worship the matter quite literally. It's another form of black matter. So a lot of times, maybe these corporations, especially big corps, CERN and all this, in line with these other scientific junctions, it wouldn't surprise me when they say they're researching dark matter. You can almost ask what dark matter, because there's multiple forms of dark matter. They might be speaking in code, that we think, oh, it's dark matter, they're just researching space. But what if it's dark matter, as in genetic matter, and it's dark, and it's from the place where this place is built above? Could be another junction of this sort of research. Compartmentalization exists for a lot of this type of very reason.
Mm-hmm. I noticed something too, and this is going to sound. I just want to show Chris Anderson really quick so he sees this. Chris, just so you know, I really care about you, dude. But that's the Astros one. Just an FYI.
Oh, shoot, Chris.
Crap. Oh no.
Oh snap!
What a terrible
Sorry, I was
thing.
looking up scores there, but here's the thing. I want to say something here, and it is one of these things where I don't condone getting too far into this, because it can be very unhealthy when you go too far into any of these subjects, and so I do believe that there is something awful to these beings in a way that, when Hitler says his countenance was terrible to behold, I believe that he observed these beings. And he said he couldn't even look at them. It was so bad. Napoleon, the same thing. He called it the Red Man, and they both called him the new man. Like, it's what is the new.
That reminds me of this story from Babylon where there were these new beings, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure what they were called, but it was like this offshoot of humanity that was supposed to be the new humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of history repeating itself. And they were very strong but grotesque. Prime function.
Do you, and let me ask you this, James, like what you've read, because I know now, like, as we've had you on the show a few times, you have a lot of knowledge, a lot of information about these beings, different types of beings. And would you say that, like you said, the Vril, there are different types? Maybe three of these elite type of whatever, but there's all these different offshoots.
I know there's Draco, for sure. There's different forms of the Draco. I was talking with someone on the chat here that was wondering a lot of things. I'm more of I feel like, because of the way my astral form has worked in the past, I don't necessarily do it when I'm asleep at night. It's more like a feeling and a sort of clairsentience when I'm awake, that I kind of tap into these energetic fields, or what people would call social memory complexes. And I'll get into these modes of being where I feel like I do have these wings, but they're a extrasensory perception type of thing. Mm-hmm. So I feel like I have some genetic link to them, that I can understand that process they are utilizing. And I think that, also want to make a point, I think that a lot of them are connected to different forms of the creator, and we're all connected to God, but ultimately a lot of them they're of the negative polarity. Mm-hmm. And I sense that as a major part of myself as well. But what the negative polarity wants is often misunderstood. Yes, they want absolute dominance at the highest levels, but there's also a lot of the beings, such as myself, on negative polarity that want humanity and every race that is possible to advance through hyper evolution, if we could say that. Because as humanity advances in the mind, in all the mind, if there's no force going against humanity, let's say, they're not going to progress quickly. They're not going to progress the same way, or be able to say no if something attacks them at some point.
Mm-hmm. What's interesting to me, and I think it's very important that people see this for what it is. Under Fire 987 says, I do think humanity is a hybrid race to begin with. To be honest, I do too. But who or what, we're not exactly sure. And that is actually the crux of what's happening right now. I'm under fierce attack by people who call me a heretic and a blasphemer. I'm not going to get into get it real deep into it, but that's it. And the reason it's pertinent to the show is because somebody made a comment here, and he was this person here. The Jackal 88 was saying Napoleon threw him out and took back control of the states. He was talking earlier about the war, and you read a book about Napoleon. I suggested, and you read it. He had his work cut out for him because he had to fight the nobility, which I believe, and I've said this before, and we talked about Vlad and all that. They were a vampiric race of Vril, and I believe that they are. There's different names for them. They have a weird, like I know in the East they have a weird name, and I don't want to butcher it and mess it up, but they call them like the Ka-Ti or something like that, or Ti-Ka or something. And they are a literal vampiric race of reptilians, and they control a lot of things. Not everything, because they don't all agree, and then they have infighting constantly. But here he says Napoleon threw him out and took back control of the state's finances and currency, and France was flourishing. But like every time before, he knew they would use their control of the armies, the only thing to do, which is preemptive, which I know what he's saying, preemptive attack. Now, the earlier comment here, and I'll wrap it all up and show you why this is important. He says Napoleon had thrown out the parasites that were planting themselves all across Europe, promising the nobles and royals all this free money, getting their banks up and forcing wars to debt slave everyone. Yes, that is the truth. And then Napoleon fought them. But I believe that he was duped, and I believe that he was taking advice from what he called the red man, the new man, whatever, which some people have speculated was one of the Vril, who was astral projection. This is a true thing. Napoleon had said he talked to this man, and he was giving him advice. Now, I think that they play both sides, kind of like the Krupps. The Krupps are the war faction of the 6 families that control everything. People say dozen families, but really there's 6 families. There's actually 18, right? There's that number, 369, you know. And of course, Nikola Tesla tells us, he says, hey, to understand 369, you know the nature of the universe. But there are actually 18 families, but there's really only 6 that they all come from. And then if you break it down even further, there's 9 families, then you go down to 6 families, and there's really 3, right? And if you take those families, they are of the 3 races of man. And then they spread out from there. And then one of them is an Ethiopian offshoot, a Jewish Ethiopian family, which is the closest to me to having the truth, which is why I believe the Ark of the Covenant was there. That's a whole nother show. But the other race, of course, was the Caucasian race, and then the other race was the Mongolian or Mongoloid race, whatever, Caucasoid, Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, which all those words sound really weird when you put zoid at the end of it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd actually be interested in the Ark of the Covenant research for sure. A lot of these free energy technologies and energy batteries, a lot of that stuff has been circumvented from humanity, and it goes into this Vril topic. I suppose that these Vril are at a point of the negative polarity where they're not helping other individuals, and that's where it really becomes a problem. There's forms where it is helpful, where they become the adversary, so to speak, of a true adversary. There's points where it's just not helpful, where these are the adversary. And in the fractal nature of reality, they've aligned karmically with not having the best potential in mind, and that's going to backfire on them. Part of that is they're quite literally using the souls that are in human bodies and other
as batteries.
Yep.
Yeah, and they do it on the other side. And if you listen to next Tuesday's episode, you're going to get a heavy dose of that. And, you know, whenever we talk, my detractors will say, well, he uses this, he uses that to do this and that. And, well, yeah, you're going to get a heavy dose of what works. I'm going to bitch slap you with what needs with what works, because that is the truth. So when you slap somebody with truth, that's what happens. I mean, and they get real upset, because, they said, well, he works people like a cult leader, whatever. People want to hear the truth. Jesus says that my people die for lack of knowledge. But these people are determined to bury me. And what they don't realize is that they're being used, by a Vril-like, cult-like system to bury people like me who are on the front lines trying to pass out knowledge and truth to people. And so they are literally the devil's shock troops, and they don't even know it. Half of them can't even really tell you why they don't like us. They just, he looks this way, and he said, they don't even, there's a new reason every week. Let's get down to brass tacks. Who's whispering in your ear? Like the church lady once said, was it Satan? I don't know. I mean, but something is going on there, because they have determined that you are the enemy. And when you're giving them the knowledge or whatever, and I'm sure even like James has this weird, I don't know what that is, the claws with the diamonds. I'm not affiliated with that. I don't know what that is. I mean, but
the symbol.
Yeah, and so they're going to go, he had the demonic guy on there with the symbol. It's,
tell you that's the
Satanic.
That's actually a representation of Kundalini. The three, you actually see the points meeting up as it rises up the spine as a fire. And it's actually alchemical. It's albedo, but it's also the blood meeting a point of refining at the gold. So consciousness at the top reaching a very refined point of being.
Wow. I never looked at it through the Kundalini way. I guess the weird points at the top are kind of like, I don't know.
I thought I wanted to make it draconic. I honestly read the book of Revelation, and I saw that the Scarlet Woman was adorned in gold, and I thought, wouldn't that be awesome?
Yeah.
But I'm crazy.
Well, when you go too far down the rabbit hole, James, you got to bring yourself back up. When you go down Edadorpa, you got to put the harness in and put the what's wrong? What are you looking for?
I just smell beef jerky all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah, it's over here.
Beef jerky. He's like he's eating beef jerky.
No, but
it was one comment I wanted to answer.
You had it right there.
I have it right there.
Like just now though.
No.
Yeah.
No, but he has it right there.
Yeah, I know, but it's just weird. I smelled it just now.
So then you interrupt the show because of your...
I didn't say anything.
He didn't say anything. He just went...
Just look like fucking Scooby-Doo.
There's a comment from Joseph Gross on here. What do you think about how they drone?
Okay, what do you say? Hold on, guys. What do you say?
Right. There's this comment from Joseph Gross. What do you think about how they drone a human and take control of their body? Actually, there's like two answers to this primarily. The first one is the quite physical incarnation of it can go through. They do it through the eye. A lot of times, one of the eyes, and it's a very parasitic, but it is a parasite process where they go through it on the side and enter into the brain and merge with the spinal column.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another way. A lot of people don't realize that this is what a lot of people will call demonic attachment, not knowing it is very much in line with these things. There are smaller worms that have been genetically modified throughout history. And there's these sort of parasites that are in people's stomachs from all the unhealthy eating going on. Mm-hmm. They put their consciousness in that and attach to people's minds. They're doing it daily to many people, most people, and they don't know it.
Is it for real? But they put their consciousness.
Yeah, he's right. Remember, I told you about the parasites in the blood that the vampires. Those vampires said that if you looked at their blood, there were all these little tiny, little worm-looking things that were smaller than the grains of rice that were floating around in their blood. That's what that is, and that is who they are. That it's a hive. That hive mentality is through a parasite. And I'm telling you, like the reptilians themselves, it's not. It was a vampiric entities that somehow they interacted. It could have been something where, okay, if you guys know about the Anunnaki, which is what's got me in so much trouble with the fundamentals and why they're on full scale war against me, and they're even calling it a holy war. I'm not joking. they've told several people that they're waging a holy war against me. Because God forbid I should try to pass on knowledge and do what Jesus says. But what they're doing, what these beings do, is at some point they interacted. A vampiric race came into contact with these early Vril. I believe this. It was after the it would have been the second incursion, first invasion, and that sounds weird. But if you one of these days I have to just write it all down or say it all in one 10-hour episode or something, I guess. I don't know. But there was an invasion, and I know James is probably up on this. After Marduk defeated Tiamat, okay, he was during his wedding. The Earth was attacked through a stargate that was being guarded, and it got assailed, and they came through. That was the first serious invasion where they actually brought across a huge army, and there was a war that took place between the Anunnaki, which looked like us, and these lizard baby Godzilla head looking things. And this sounds crazy. Okay. And I don't have a whole lot of time to sit here all night and tell you the whole, whatever. But this is what was said. This is what has been said, that these things, this is what happens. Okay. And they will actually go underground after they've been defeated after multiple battles and devastated the surface of the planet. Both parties retreated underground to different parts because the Earth was uninhabitable for a while. It was like nuclear, but they weren't firing like nuclear warheads like we would. They were just like zipping them at each other because that's what they did. And they were more adaptable to actually resisting it. But if you put enough nuclear dust in the air, it doesn't matter. 100,000 years is nothing to them. I mean, that's one generational lifespan. So 100,000 years, and it's clear, you're ready to come back out. So the Earth was sort of uninhabitable, which could have been one of the last, maybe one of the ice ages took place, or maybe And
there's a lot of Ireland history that people talk about with that period.
Yeah, and what ended up happening, they come back out, and then they're like, oh, the world, so now we can go back to fighting again, and so one side, though, part of their military encountered something. Now, here's where it gets convoluted. There are theories, and this comes from remote viewers who have remote viewed Mars, because that was one of the stations where the Anunnaki were stationed at. They were under the ground, and they remote viewed it. But there was a being either that was unleashed by the Anunnaki on these reptilians, the Dracos, or the Dracos themselves did it to their own people to try to weaponize them, because everybody wants to weaponize everything. Or there was another race of being much older that had been left inside the Earth, that they woke up when they went down in there to get away from the nuclear. And we know this nuclear happened because in India they talk about it. I mean, read the Vedas. I mean, there's all this craziness going on. James Bartley and Rob Yox together would be the two guys to get on to just flesh all this out. Those two guys would really be able to rock and roll on this.
I've actually remote viewed Mars very recently.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's like there's massive pyramids underground, both up on these underground ceilings.
Oh yeah.
And I noticed the odd feature that's a what's the 6-pointed shape again? Octagonal. Or is it not? It's like 8, whatever. The 6-pointed shape.
The symbol of Rim
black
hexagon.
Yeah, that's Rim Fan, which is
it says pointed at like a black hole out in the distance, or a point of space where it's fractured, and there's this entity within that realm conducting governance over a lot of Mars, it seems.
That makes a lot of sense. And if you were to look at that, that is one of the entry points to the abyss. And there's a black pyramid, an upside down pyramid, that kind of hangs from the ceiling of which looks kind of like a palace made out of crystal. I'm not
You
joking.
see the collars are like gold and
Yeah.
ornate
Yes. Okay. So
gems.
Okay. All right. See,
I
you
can
know
see it in my mind.
Yeah, you know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. All right. So the guy that goes back to Nick that was next door, and he came in on the show when we were talking about black hellhounds of Taylor, Texas. Nick was remote viewing a governmental installation, and a sentinel attacked him, and he brought it back here, which I think this thing has been hanging around and kind of got left here, and it's been interrupting, and we've had problems. I don't think it's able to reconnect to where it was from, because these things are like clones. They can literally clone spirits. I know that sounds crazy.
Heck.
Yeah, they really can. And so what they do is that's one of their watchdogs. And then I think he brought it back because it chased him back here. He told us that.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I said, whatever you had, bro, it came. Now, these beings, though, need other spirits to use as batteries. Like he said, the human soul is a battery. Now, if I were to sit here and tell you everything step by step, the audience would probably be like, what the hell is this guy talking about? You'd probably get dizzy. And then, of course, the pack of fools they'd be like, look, I told you he was the Antichrist. And then they would be slobbering at the mouth because I'm crazy. Right? They think that I should be put in a nut house. It's because their mind can't grasp because they have a stegosaurus brain.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And so when you have absorbed enough knowledge and you can understand, you can regurgitate it. Well, that's a lot of what it is. But a lot of also what it is like he said, in your mind's eye. If your pineal gland isn't calcified by the time you're 12, okay, then you can do these things. Now, there's ways to stop that calcification too, because like we said before, there's glyphosate and there's radio waves that are hitting us constantly, and the use of aluminum and fluoride and other types of microplastics that they're even saying now erectile dysfunction comes from that. Thank God I don't have that problem.
Actually they call it quantum dot, and there's a chemical found in fireflies named luciferase. It's the lighting. It's kind of, they always like to play on the names of power, Lucifer rays.
Oh, yeah.
But it's certainly in the chemicals they're putting within all kinds of stuff, really.
And one day I'll do a show too on the politics of hell, and they'll understand what the hell that is, because I can explain to you like the infernal names and the princes, and I can also tell people about the angelic realm and what that is and how they don't understand it. They do not. Mm-hmm. And I argued with somebody the other day, said, there are 4 archangels. Oh, they're the most powerful angels. I said, because Michael means that who is like unto God. I said, no, he was elevated because of kicking Satan out of heaven. Well, that proves that Satan's Lucifer. I was like, Satan is a title, which is to go against God, basically. And that's what Lucifer did. It's the Shaitan or the Hasatan. And of course, Joe has talked about that. We talk about that tomorrow night on the show. Mm-hmm. So when you get these people, they don't grasp anything. And when you try to explain to them that the meek don't inherit the earth, because in ancient Greek, we're not talking about the meek, you're talking about a war horse. Mm-hmm. It's those that are the war horses that will inherit the earth, not the meek, as in we think of as meek. But it's like the eye of the camel. Like during the conference, what's his name? Ron Moorhead. Mm-hmm. He explained that when he was sitting there at the conference during his speech. He said, look, the eye of the camel and the needle, all that. But these fundamentalists will pretend like they're okay with what you're saying, and then later on they'll gossip and go behind your back because they're Pharisees. And they are the gatekeepers of knowledge. They have set themselves up as the entry point that they will stop you from learning. That's their job. Now, going back to this parasite, something introduced this to the Vril, or they introduced it to themselves to make themselves stronger. Now, do you remember there was a woman who was either she was on the show or I met her on someone else's show, but I told her story, and her story was that she had been taken aboard a craft, and I told her maybe you weren't aboard a craft, maybe you were in a facility.
Mhm.
But she saw these clear boxes that you couldn't tell that there was even it wasn't plexiglass. It was something that you couldn't, some sort of material that was clear, absolutely clear.
Like data?
But it, do what?
Was it like data?
Yeah, it was the way she described it. She couldn't really describe it to me. It was like these big giant rectangles up and down, and they had just hundreds of specimens, and one of them was a vampiric looking entity.
Mhm.
And those aliens, they weren't straight up reptilians, they were like hybrids. And she's like, what is that? And they told her, they said, that is a being that carries a disease, and it has afflicted many, many different types of species. And that being is deadly. And if we were to let it go, it could wipe out your race, our race, and everyone else's race, turning them into basically blood drinkers, fluid takers. They don't just drink blood; they'll take fluid from. They'll drain the blood out of a mantis creature, like one of these mantis aliens, which their blood's green. I'm not even kidding. So they don't give a damn what it is. They're like walking, humanoidal spiders. I mean, and that being was one of the original, like they're an old race of being, and they came from the fallen. Now, I'm telling you, when we were retracing the steps last Friday of what the origin of the vampire is, and everybody argues about where it came from, who was the first vampire. The first vampire here would have been Lilith. But not really. She would have been someone who actually cannibalized children. She was evil. She was evil because she rejected, whatever. That's the story, right? In the Kabbalah. And it says that she bred with a high-ranking, Christians would call it a demon. I guess Jews would maybe call it a demon. Arabs would say it's a jinn. The Jewish, the canon, says that it was basically one of the fallen and that it interbred with her, right? Mm-hmm. And I believe they say it was Samael, whose name means...
it means poison of God.
Yeah, poison of God or venom of God, yeah. And so Samael, which is odd because that would be a name... It's just really weird. Like, who sent the Watchers? Everybody says, well, it was God. But when Jesus talks about God, it's like he's talking about another being that exists above the seventh heaven.
And I mean, why would God need to send someone to watch?
It doesn't make sense, does it? Because we know that God is omnipotent. That's why I believe that there's more than one thing going on here. But God forbid that these fundamentalists, you try to learn anything, because then they try to destroy you, and that's what's happening now. Folks, I'm gonna make a prediction here too, is that there are people who really believe that these maniacs will win. And I'm going to tell you right now, that is not going to happen. Now, they may have shaved years off my life with their bullshit, but I'm never going to stop telling you what I know to be the truth. And I'm going to keep bringing the pain, and they're not going to like it. I'm sorry. But when you have the Council of Nicaea pretty much stripping the Bible down to its bare bones, and then they grab it and go, yeah, that's what I believe. Yeah. Okay, go ahead and believe that, bozo, because you're getting a very small fraction of what you need to be understanding. And why they're so determined and obsessed with me and my show really just shows you that we're on the right path, because these people will not stop. They're like Terminators. And so the more that they come at us, because they're not doing it to Tony Merkel, mm-hmm. They're not doing it to Josh or any of the other people that are talking in this field. Of course not, because they can't stand that I personally am talking about these things. And I'm not saying that Josh is not on the right path. Josh had a guy on there, or not Josh, Tony had a guy on there the other day that was talking straight up about his family and bloodlines and vampires. They're doing the same thing. They're talking about the same thing, but they want me. They want me gone.
Yeah, it's a personal thing.
It's a personal thing. And they said, of course, one of them said, I'm a heretic. They've called me an apostate and everything else. And now they're saying it's a holy war. Well, where's the holy war against my colleagues? They because They wanted to be in control of my show and what I said. And I gave them no. I gave them a no. The other people never would have given them even the time of day to be nice to them enough to give them that, because they're correct in the way they should handle things. I should have handled it differently. I never should have been nice to these people ever to begin with. And so that was the big problem. And so now I'm paying the price for that altruism. And I'm telling you, if I sat here and let them bully me and tell me, well, as long as you talk about XYZ and don't talk about ABC, because that's what they wanted, and then I would be okay until I ticked them off again about something else. And so the ringleader, the main one that started all this, his big beef was that I wasn't talking about the Bible in the way that he wants people to believe it. And he has said as much, and he has a passel of people that are backing him up. And now they've, they're, but this is all part of what we must go through, because you got to understand something. This is parasitic. When they parasitize people, like he said, there's things that are in your gut.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you know one of these guys, he's taken pictures and put them on his Facebook of him eating 6 patties on a burger, on a cheeseburger, a fast food burger.
There's definitely some parasites in that process.
Okay, so if you think about it, your body may be able to handle 1 or 2 patties a week, maybe to get flush, whatever, if you do it correctly. This guy, his appetite is voracious to take in this unclean meat.
Because I eat more than anyone I know. I don't eat that much.
Yeah, you don't eat that. But that's a parasite. And I'm telling you, there is something to that. I'm not going to say his name and say disparage him here. That's not what this is for. But I'm telling you that we know now that 1 hamburger patty can contain as many as 50 to 40 different cows.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you don't eat it raw, because the chances of E. coli are very high. So think about the bad that's in that patty. You really shouldn't eat it. And so he's eating 6 patties of these at a sitting, and like 4 or 5 eggs or whatever. And this is all processed food. And what James said makes a lot of sense. It's you don't want to be eating these kind of things, because that creates that in your gut. So they know what parasites are going to carry their message to your brain. RFK, Robert F. Kennedy, look it up. He actually had a parasitic worm in his brain. It's now been walled off, it calcified, but it ate a piece of his brain. I kid you not.
That's scary.
So it's very. I saw a video of him going outside and just catching a rattlesnake like it wasn't nothing. I was like, wow, I got to give him props for that. But maybe if they're your kinfolk, it's not so hard to wrangle them. But I don't know. I digress. I don't know anything about the guy. I just saw that and I thought that's pretty impressive.
Gotta sell that oil from him somehow.
Good one.
Andres Carazales says something here. He says, like the vampires from the Strange series, very similar, yes. Because like I've said before, Andres, if you've been watching the show long enough, you know that everything is self-disclosure.
Oh, yeah.
You know that movie with
most science fiction is self-disclosure.
What's that show that Nelly liked? So did Scorpion. Scorpion used to watch it.
Grimm?
Grimm, yeah. Whenever I saw it, it was a very grim day because I had to look at that crap. But it is, though. It's self-disclosure is what it is. Some of it was so unrealistic. Like there's some guy that looks like Stone Cold Steve Austin, and there's like a guy and a girl, and they're sitting there underneath an overpass. He just comes walking up, and he's like some bald-headed white guy. He's like, "You're in the wrong neighborhood now," and he just decides to attack them. And she's like, "Oh, be gone, little bitch," and she smacks him around or something. And you're like, oh, "Okay, yeah." There's just bald-headed white guys walking around telling people you're in the wrong neighborhood now under an overpass.
Well, everyone knows there's droves of bald-headed white guys, just packs of them.
They're just attacking everybody.
Swarms and hordes of them roaming the streets, committing crimes.
And there's a lot of interracial gangs, too, which is just funny to me.
Somehow, some way, it's all the warriors.
I'd love to know more targets on remote viewing in terms of especially planetary systems and pyramids like that, because as you're talking, I can really envision these things in my mind. Gives me a lot to look at.
Yeah. So whenever when you go into like remote viewing Mars, why that is important? People would say, well, why would you want to go to a dead planet? It's not dead. There's beings inside of there because the temperature is not 1,000 degrees below zero. It's very, very moderate. People don't understand that. And the core of these planets, much like the book, The Smoky God, the core, there's a smoky sun there, which is the core of the earth. That is why they can live down there. I mean, and so there's a core of every planet. And people don't understand that. And of course, if you go to Europa, if you were to go to the moon of Europa, that is a moon of Jupiter, right? Look it up. It is one of the most possibly inhabitable places in our solar system. Just look up the moon of Europa. And I really believe that this could be one of many places where they can live on the surface because of the water that's found there.
In my mind, I see these I'm just kind of doing this while I'm sitting here. I see these geode type structures under the ground of that planet, massive geode structures.
And that's you're thinking with your mind's eye, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, it's like the mind's eye. It just comes into my vision.
I couldn't attest to that. I mean, that very well could be. Valerie Guy says parasites make people act weird around full moons. There are parasites that take over bugs and make them do weird things. We had a cricket coming towards us at the gym the other day, and it wouldn't coming towards us. It wouldn't stop. And we realized we were kind of in the way of where it was trying to go. It was trying to go to a really warm, moist part of the gym where there was a leak. It was headed that way. And Anthony, I could tell that there was something sticking out of its abdomen. We stepped on it, and it was a worm inside of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the color was off. It had drained the color. The cricket was almost bled white. It was like a yellowish color. It was so weird.
Yeah, parasites are so insidious. They make me feel bad for insects.
Mm-hmm. But they all speak with one voice. That's what the black goo is. It's just basically a parasite of itself.
We are legion.
We are legion. There you go. And then the jackal keeps on going here. He says, little by little, they entrap sovereign nations. Their state government currency. Then they work on taking the land from nobility by manipulation of currency and debt. Then cannot be paid. Yep, that's right. What they do is, and they lend and lend and lend, and there's money in lending, believe me. In the Quran, and I'm not a Muslim, I've said this before, nor am I a Muslim apologist. My enemies will call me that. They'll slander me any way they can. But I will say this. If you look at the Quran, it is forbidden for them to charge interest. And one of my jewelers is actually a very devout Muslim, and he will not charge interest.
Yeah, it's usury.
Mm-hmm. It's called usury. And so when he makes me a piece of jewelry, he doesn't always make me pay him. Like, he'll let me pay it out with no interest. That's a damn good deal.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it's and a lot of his gold that I buy gold constantly, and I have my own gold, and I'll just say, hey, can you make this design? And he'll do it, So a lot of this stuff I designed myself. Joe Breezy here says, when I was a kid, I was a remote viewer. My mom used to tell me to go change the channel on the TV because we didn't have a remote control. He was a remote viewer. You were a remote worker. Worker in the remote.
I actually found some data online just now that backs up what I was seeing on Europa.
Really? Tell us about that. Hold on, let me finish this. Jackal here has got me going. The Jackal 88 says, then they began absorbing infrastructure, agriculture, natural resources, and from Rome until Napoleon, they did this. Then it's the people. Uproot, forced migration, disconnect from their history. Well, yeah, because if you don't have a race and you don't have a religion and you don't have a gender identity, you don't have anything.
You're just an empty vessel. You can be filled with whatever.
You can be filled with poison.
This is the interior of an interior kind of autistic view of Europa, and you can see what I see as a geode under the planet. This is backing that up.
Wow. Thank you for that. Says who the fox Lado bro. My favorite cryptid podcast. Shout out Josh and the gang and watch every stream. Thank you.
So when you remote view something, like where's the line drawn though? Or I mean, like how do you know where the line is between something that is coming externally and something that is like coming from your own mind? I guess what I'm saying is like where's the line drawn between like one's own imagination and something that's actually being externally
Typically I'll feel it. If there's something starting to project an idea towards me, that's when it becomes more of a internal feeling, and sometimes the ears will ring. Otherwise, everything is already within, so I'm just viewing an aspect of myself by picturing that consciousness of me at another point in space-time.
Yeah, because I've never done it or attempted to, and I don't plan on it because I'm afraid of what could happen. But
and
like
I wouldn't
if I
suggest it either.
But I mean like
a lot of people
also like I mean even if I did, I think I would be too compelled to just kind of write everything off as like me imagining something, you know. So it probably wouldn't work anyway.
So it's imagination. So you're viewing the all when you go within. So if you can quiet the self within, that here will come to you.
Yeah, the Gnostic view was that the kingdom of heaven was found within, not without. And Jesus does teach us that if people paid attention, they would stop looking at the world and start looking inward, because that's where you find the true God. Because people don't get this. When the archons, according to the Gnostic belief, which also backs up the Sumerian tablets, which also backs up the theory of the Anunnaki. Now, I'm not saying I believe this. I've said this a million times, and my enemies keep harping on, he believes in the Anunnakis and whatever, and blah, blah, blah. Just going to throw that disclaimer out there. Listen to what I'm going to tell you. They actually, the archons were supposedly, they when they created us, they took the breath and spark and life of God. They took it to breathe life into us, because they took God's child, who was a female, and they took her as a hostage, and they used her life force. Well, it gets weird. There's different versions of it. Other versions are that she took pity on people and whatever, and then there's all these different ways to tell the story.
Was that the Sophia?
Sophia, yeah. And so whenever you go deep into this, you start to realize that some claim, and this isn't what I believe, please just listen to what I'm going to say, that the divine feminine, also known as the Holy Spirit, which was an aspect of God, but it was the loving, caring, nurturing nature of God, right? Which is the Holy Spirit. And that is one of the reasons why you cannot blaspheme the Holy Spirit, because Jesus says you cannot turn away from it. Now, evil will try to trick you into thinking you did something bad because they put a thought in your mind, which is a fleeting thought. Don't fall for it.
Yeah, I can recognize when those thoughts.
Yeah, it's demonic, and it's just they're little children saying the bull crap. And I mean, children as in, these aren't children; these are thousands-of-year-old beings, but they're manipulative. And once you've cast yourself away from, I've already committed the unforgivable sin, then there's no hope. So you should just go on and be an apostate or a reprobate the rest of your life. No. Don't fall for that. That's not real. But the divine spirit of the Holy Spirit, which is just another aspect of God, because God and it's the union, right? This is not, I'm not telling you this is what I believe. I'm telling you this is something I studied. The Gnostics believe that the archonic deviants actually put the breath of the spark and life of God into us. And so when Eve was created, these archons tried to assault her. And that's what happened to the first one. And they wanted Adam to, create more because they wanted these females.
Mm-hmm.
That was their whole goal. It was not correct. Now, this is one type of Gnostic, right? And when that happened, when that breath and spark and life of God was in us, there is something all within all of us that is where the kingdom of God is, and it exudes from within, from you. So when you're looking for the true God, the God that resides above all everything, you go to Christ, who was sent here by God. Him and the Holy Spirit were sent by God to pull us out, all right? Then that's where you find the kingdom of God. That's where the kingdom of Christ is found, is within. So when you look at yourself, it's inside of you. So when these people, they do this transcendental meditation, one of their big mistakes is that they go outward
Mm-hmm.
and they go roam around instead of going into the inner verse. They're going into the outer verse, and that's not correct. Everything is inverted, you see. And there's some belief that we're even on the inside of the planet now, and really the inner earth is where the true world is. And then if you go far enough down into the inner earth, you will actually find the true passage to the rest of the universe.
I've
The
actually
stars
thought
are
of it that way.
It's
As kind of an inverse black hole.
Yes, exactly. That's right. That's why a black hole will unravel everything, because you're going out of it like a drain. And this could be just a flipping, like a picture book that just keeps flipping a million, billion per second, whatever. And, you start to see time and space and everything being sliced into micro slices. And then at any point in time, you stop it and you can change it, cut it, move it. And, and I've done this like in altered states of consciousness, but a lot of people, you can't understand when you try to explain to somebody about it,
Mm-hmm.
because they're so grounded in this dumbass play world. And this is a counterfeit. I don't care what anybody says. This is not the real world. And the most pious of people, if they don't fall upon the God within, which is where God resides within all of us, and they keep trying to find the outer or whatever, they will be falling flat on their face and committing sin after sin after sin, and they will attack and they will kill the saints. It's the truth. It is the absolute truth. They will take the truth tellers and they will cut out their tongues and hang them. These ancient texts speak of this too. I mean, it goes on and on and on from every religion, that all the good was always killed and cut and destroyed, because every teacher that has ever been sent, from Moses to Christ, they were all disobeyed and killed.
Or their lives are physical reflections of the teachings. For example, Jesus Christ, when he died at the age, I believe, 33, it reflects the spinal vertebrae in the rising up in the mind of the heart meeting the mind itself, the crown of thorns being the claustrum. Yeah, and that's actually an aspect of the mind where scientists now are saying that it's a major part of consciousness.
Yeah.
And that projects out as a powerful field. Now, what a lot of people do, going back to your point, with this stuff externally and within, they see the tree of life and they say, I want to climb that and get to the Savior. And of course, they put the Savior completely outside of themselves, not realizing they have to unify with the Savior within.
That's right.
And what that does is it actually puts them conversely on the backside of the tree of life. It's upside down on the tree of death. Jesus also entered the underworld.
Yep.
It was for 3 days.
3 days.
3 days, maybe nights.
Yep.
He was physically in the underworld, this is also a reflection of going down into the tree of death and unifying with really the trauma and the negativity of the mind, not the bad things in the mind, but the negative aspects, and realizing the wholeness and unity of yourself with God, and putting those trees as one together, creating a vessel of the immortal soul, really.
What's so funny too, and one of the things that my enemies do is they mock the use of gold.
Mhm.
What they don't understand, though, and I'll show you something here. Goldie Bell here says this. She says monoatomic gold. Does anybody know what that is?
Mm-mm.
It's white gold. It's a powder. And what that powder is the purest form of gold, and it's actually in its mineral form, and it's actually a form of energy, of light energy, and you can actually use it. It's a pure mineral, and it shows the true form of gold. When the Anunnaki were here raping our planet, that what they were looking for was monoatomic gold, not yellow gold. They were looking for that powder.
Mhm.
Because it actually it can create light energy. People don't understand these things. I mean, it's a superconductor.
Mhm.
It's very conductive, at its core. And
But
people
we just
don't
know it is white gold today.
Yeah, well, they don't know what it is. They just know that it's an element. We can't break down elements more than what they are.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It creates a light, and it's like a spiraling double helix. You know what I mean? It's really hard to explain. People don't know what these things are, and so they say, "Oh, and Josh Turner's up there. He's wearing gold," and they think it's fake. I don't wear fake gold, and this is a hedge of protection. I'm sorry you're too brain dead to understand what it really is and what it represents. And what you were saying about the colostrum, that's actually a supplement that is found in cow's milk, and it will actually heal your body from just about anything, and it will kill cancer.
I think when he was talking about it's called the colostrum.
No, but there is
Colostrum
a
in the
supplement
brain, but there
called
is that, yeah.
colostrum.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, so you can get it without drinking
Same
milk.
thing. It doesn't matter. Look at the names.
Yeah.
The names are everything.
Yeah.
Right? Just like he was saying earlier, how they said that there was like a Lucifer, whatever, because they were trying to compare it to the light, whatever.
Yeah.
Lucifer being the first one to rebel against God. But there are those that believe he was rebelling against the demiurge.
So I believe, really, that he was against the Yaldabaoth.
Yes, Yaldabaoth, which is the demiurge, which was supposedly the one that created us, who, with the best of intentions, but not correct. And of course, he was the lead archon. But the true God, the actual God, the God that Christ speaks of, which is a different God, that is the one you're supposed to look for.
Yeah, back to the tree. I believe that's what Lucifer really entails, is you have that tree going up and the tree going down. I really believe in the unity of Jesus Christ and Lucifer. Maybe that's another form of
that's where
Gnosticism.
most people would scream heretic. Now, I personally don't believe what you believe, but I'm going to explain what he is talking about. The Yazidi, a tribe of people known in the Kurdish, region.
Yeah. Very misunderstood.
Very misunderstood.
Hated people.
Almost genocided by the Muslims because they believe in the peacock God, because they think that God forgave. Now, here's the difference. They think that he forgave Lucifer, not Iblis. Iblis is Azazel, according to most theologians. Yeah. He is the leader of the fallen, and he is imprisoned, and some people say in Saturn. That he is actually in Saturn. And that many
His
of
seal is actually the seal of Saturn.
Saturn, yes, and that is where he is imprisoned. The seven towers of Satan were the imprisonments of the others.
I mean, that's where there's that hexagonal storm, hexagonal black storm at the North Pole.
There is a hole at the pole. Yes.
That goes into Metatron.
Hexagon, which is a two-dimensional representation of a cube.
Yes, I was about to get into that. The black cube, and that is the Black Cube Society. That is the worship of Azazel. And okay, so you figured that out. Okay, and that was for another show, but we're here. Let's just keep going. I've already been branded an apostate and a heretic, and they've even said they're going to. I'm not even going to get into it. I'm probably not going to. If they had their way, I wouldn't live very long. Let's put it that way.
You'll be all right.
Well, let's hope that one of them doesn't just get the wacky
I will
idea
hope and pray.
blow my brains out.
I'll do rituals. You'll be.
Well, don't do any rituals. We're good. What the heck was that? Did you see that?
No, I was looking down this time.
I saw something like a movement, a flash.
All right, I'll pray for
you. So, folks, pray for me because I've been threatened in a lot of ways. And I'm only trying to teach people, okay? Now, I don't necessarily agree with what he said because I do believe that Lucifer was in full-on rebellion, not just against God, but against nature. Now, what I believe is this. One of them, Christ, is called the Star of the Morning, right? And the other one is called the Morning Star. You know this. You want to explain that?
Yeah, so there's some confusion because of modern Bible translations of which is which. Originally, according to Scripture, Lucifer was referred to as son of the morning, and Christ was referred to as the morning star. But if you read these modern translations, which is why I recommend you stay away from them, such as the ESV and the NIV, they flipped it around and they called Lucifer the morning star and Jesus Christ the son of the morning. There's no good reason for them to do that, none whatsoever. So there's some kind of agenda there, which I believe the same company that published either one or maybe both of those translations also published like like some like Church of Satan, like some kind of like satanic books.
It's a lot of them are Temple of Set, not the Temple of Satan, but Temple of Set.
Yeah,
and Set
links back to Aquino.
Horrible.
It's pretty much darkened, complete ignorant consciousness.
That is the abyss. Yes, and they want to open the abyss and bring across, but Behemoth. The Behemoth also.
Behemoth. Yep.
But yeah, it's Behemoth. But he's also considered to be a benign being, but he's too large to be on the planet. He's got 40,000 eyes, 40,000 ears, 40,000 noses, 40,000 everything. If you look it up, it's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm not joking.
Wow.
Behemoth, which is actually the word in Arabic, it's like Behumut, whatever. And so when you start to look at these, what we're talking about here, which I didn't plan the show to go this way, but this is what we do here at PRT. When you start looking at these beings and these symbols and what they are and what they represent, I can spot a symbol a mile away and I can say this. And I'm shocked that I didn't know that was the Kundalini because I thought that was something else. But typically I can tell what it is. And you can go by names too, because the names will give you everything, right? Like when you say, okay, for example, spelling. And Tony, you should know this because I tried to tutor you when you were younger and your spelling was terrible. And it was Tony being lazy. It was like, so spelling is literally when you say spell casting, is like you're spelling words, you're spelling them, right? That right there that's the name you're calling it, but you're spelling it, and you're casting it out there into the universe, and it's by saying words. Words have a lot of power. Now, we don't necessarily get affected as easily by words because we have our own natural ability to protect ourselves from them. And that comes from the divine power of God that's within all of us. Once that's taken away and you are no longer connected to the true God, which is what modern day religion is trying to do, is disconnect you from the true God, then you're vulnerable, then you're weak, then you get attacked. And what these religions are doing now is trying to get you to literally worship demons. They're trying to get you to worship fallen. And one of the things that really disturbs me when you look at like the light bearer, they talk about Lucifer as the light bearer. I'm never going to be on board with that because I know what that is. And that is not the same. Okay. Whether he has a war with the demiurge, and let's just say for argument's sake, the demiurge is what it is. They said that it's not the true God. It's an ignorant that actually counterfeited whatever. That would not mean that Lucifer is on par, he's okay with the one true God, because he wants power.
Yeah.
And the power corrupts, and ultimate power corrupts ultimately, whatever. When you look at what this whole situation that went down, right, with Lucifer, you start to see that there's not just one Satan. There's not just one bad guy. There's been a series of them. And that was only able to happen because, according to the Gnostics, you had the demiurge who did not have control. He sent one group to take care of another group, and then they rebelled because they want their own autonomy. The Yazidi do not believe in Iblis as being forgiven. They believe in Lucifer as being forgiven, and then he had taken over this world, and he is the ward, or he's in charge, or the steward of this planet. He is also the chief of the Shaitan, according to their belief, and they had been forgiven by God. The problem with that is that the Shaitan are evil. So is he really the leader of the Shaitan, or was he forgiven and then his minions continued on being the way they were? Because that can happen too. Somebody goes to prison, they're in a prison gang, they change, they get it with their buddies. And even if they were in charge of their buddies can still be like, yeah, well, F you. Just because you gave yourself over to Christ doesn't mean I have, and we're going to continue waging war. And ultimately, they could try to kill you. Now, the Yazidi believed that he was forgiven by God and given this power, right, that Allah forgave him. And that through that power, he was able to encapsulate and control and even imprison the other demons or bad guys. According to this weird belief, one of the main antagonists is a demon named Asmodeus. Of course, he was the one that gave so much trouble to Solomon. He is, one of his big deals is that he likes to create chaos between men and women. He is the demon that's in charge of destroying marriages, which is one of the biggest problems we have on the planet right now, is that the deunification of the family.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, at one time during the Dark Ages, there's books that you can just, it's crazy. Him and another being named Astaroth actually tricked Lucifer into going into a labyrinth for like years and years. And during that time, it was called the Dark Ages, right? But it really was longer than that, because he was the one in charge when Solomon had the ring. He's the one that tricked Solomon into throwing the ring into the ocean when he was drunk. We talked about it on the show. There's several different variations of that story. There's a Greek story, there's a Hebrew story, there's a Roman story, there's all these different stories. But only one of them is probably correct. We don't know. Or maybe each one of them has some aspects of the truth. These beings, being what they are and doing what they do, they're liars, they're nasty, they're perverted, and so you're never going to get a straight answer out of them. And they have people. And now this goes back to what I was going to say to wrap it up here, that do not want you knowing anything. So that's why they set sentinels up, so that you can't remote view this and see it. Because there are people who I believe are powerful enough to remote view even the crucifixion. But they have been stymied by two things. One, what we talked about, human influence, they're demonically influenced. And of course, they use their sentinels to stop you, defeat you, destroy you, keep you from whatever. And be careful, because they can even cut your silver cord and make you die in your sleep. I'm not joking. It's an assassination, a demonic assassination. Another thing that they do is destroy your pineal gland. Because without that, you can't do anything. You can't even use your mind's eye. So, and those people, they have no imagination. They have no true will. They believe the most basic childlike retellings of the Bible and blah, blah, blah. And they think that people who talk about anything other than, little childlike Sunday school tales are apostates, heretics, and should be beheaded. So these are the people that you're dealing with. They're religious zealots, and they're crazy. There's Muslims and Christians that do this. They're nuts. Just by the same token, I've met Buddhist zealots too.
Mm-hmm.
and Hindu zealots. Look at Kiam's parents; they would be considered like Hindu zealots. You know, they're Brahmin. You know, so you're dealing with these people who don't understand life on a very basic level, and you have to weed through them. They are the shock troops that you have to defeat before you can get the knowledge out there. And when you get enough knowledge that you're trying to put out to the people, then you're going to get a whole bunch of them trying to clog up the pipes, which is what we're seeing now. It's no wonder that these people are able to bind together and try to stand against us. And they believe that you're the evilest thing that ever lived because you're spreading knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what we're dealing with. You know, what are you making there, Tony?
Right now, nothing. I mean, I took a picture of some stuff I made earlier, but
Oh, you should have showed them that the thing, the what was like a stegosaurus, like a dragon looking thing that you had made.
I
I'd
was,
love to see
I was
that.
kind of reminded of like that alligator versus werewolf story.
I mean, you came in and smashed it without even showing them. That sucks.
I took a picture of it.
Well, what's interesting about what Tony's doing, and people don't understand this, is that in the Buddhist philosophy, the Zen Buddhist philosophy, is you make these beautiful, beautiful mosaics,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just destroy them and start over because it's nothing is permanent.
Mm-hmm.
Because they believe, the Buddhists, the Zen Buddhists, like what he's talking about, the Taoists, if you actually meditate on something, a thing that's beautiful, it becomes idolatry. See, and that's the thing. Christians, they automatically, and Muslims, think that Buddhists are these horrible apostates and that they should be all killed. And in parts of the world, they are being murdered because they are thought of as, well, they don't worship Allah, so they need to have their heads cut off. That's a very ignorant way to be. Or they don't believe in Christ, so they should be destroyed. Look, here's the problem with the Abrahamic faith. Even though I adhere to a part of it, not everyone needs to be destroyed because they don't, believe your perfect example of what you think they should believe. Now, there's a lot to be said. I have been in multiple Shaolin and Buddhist temples. I've been with you guys to the temple. And when they create these beautiful mosaics, it's not meant to last because it shows the impermanence of this world. This world is a fleeting, it's like a wisp. It's and it's over. And so whenever you see that beautiful mosaic, it's like, wow, it's amazing. Maybe you could take a picture of it, whatever, but then that goes back to the whole point that you're not supposed to, meditate on that because that is a form of idolatry. And the Buddhists, it is a philosophy. You can be a Buddhist and a Christian. People don't understand that. And I had somebody cuss me out and take a swing at me because I told them, because I defended someone who was a Buddhist Christian. And it was over there at, what's it called? Terrace.
Skyline.
Garden Terrace. Because I defended a guy who was a Buddhist by philosophy and a Christian by faith, and another guy who was unhinged and claimed that he was a Christian. He was a fundamentalist, but violent, and he had a mental disorder. It wasn't just being a fundamentalist Christian, let's be honest. And he tried to attack him for his Buddhist beliefs. And he said that he was polluting my brain. He was trying to save my soul. And I said, no, you're not, because I already know what this man is espousing. And if he's not swaying me, I already know the truth. So you're not bringing me the truth. And then he attacked him, and I had to defend him. And he cussed me out, and he spit on me. And, of course, he went to jail. The guy was unhinged. Didn't matter. This guy named DeMarcus. He didn't know what he was doing. And when he came back to get his stuff, I had to be there, and he apologized and said, he goes, I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I get demons and stuff like that. And I said, yeah, I'm sure. But the thing is, I said, you can't attack someone because they don't believe like you. And in this journey of life, we all are evolving and growing and changing and being whatever it is that we're going to be. So Tony has a very Buddhist upbringing, and whenever he makes these clay dills, without even having to ask, I know that he destroys them and rebuilds them the next day because it is the impermanence of life.
And he never makes the same thing twice.
No. So That's it. I mean, because I know, I'm not saying y'all are my children, but I know my children. And I know how each one of them thinks. And, you know.
One thing I'd like to know if you've seen more of, I actually want to tell you what I saw when I remote viewed, at least the idea of, I was doing the idea of demons within a social memory complex, and I just gave that in my mind as a blank thought, and what developed was a physical sea of light beneath like a ceiling of towers, and they were all an infinitude of towers facing down and just pulling this sort of bluish light energy from this sea of light. It was like it was creation becoming absolutely incredible.
Which creation is always becoming. Creation is still happening from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still happening right now.
Yeah, that makes sense with the, like I remember I was first introduced to the idea of like the nature of time in this book called Tales from the Time Loop by David Icke.
David Icke, yeah.
And he puts forth this concept that time is not a river, like Einstein says. That time is actually, like if you could visualize it as best you could, would be like a solid loop, like if you think of a donut, and it's called the time loop. And the theory is that like every moment in time, past, present, and future, is happening like infinitely, and it's a loop because it's like cyclical, and there is no beginning and there is no end. But at the same time, the beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. So it's like it's something that was not created; it just always was, always is, always will be. And so, like this moment in time is happening now, but it will continue to happen just infinitely on the time loop, never ending.
It reverberates, and that's why some beings that are in purgatory, they keep dying because they stop right there. So it's in their mortal sin. It's also their punishment. You remember what I said about everything? If you were to close your eyes and just go like this, it's something I do, but like time is like little infinite little slices of whatever. You kind of move them around. You die, boom, right there. Right? You lived a horrible life of sin, and then you repeat it over and over and over and over again until the resurrection.
Yeah.
Which is a reset. People don't understand. They think when Jesus comes back, the world explodes, and that's not what happens. It's a reset. Jesus is going to reset everything. Now, one thing that you did say though is how you said Jesus this way, Lucifer that way. As is above is below. Lucifer is the down, Jesus is the up, and that is what you would look at as the yin and the yang. There is the good, there's also the dark. But, and what you're saying is that the dark is not necessarily evil. It's the flip side, because it
doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be,
Well, that's interesting. It's kind of like in comic books, there's like the dark universe in DC, where it's not really that, they're evil. It's just that instead of taking a right, you took a left. And that led you down a different path that changed everything about you. And all your all the heroes' motivations and like everything that they made them who they are, it's like changed based on just like a couple different choices. Like that's the whole kind of concept of it.
Yeah, and another thing too that James was talking about was the flipping of polarity. Or you said polarity, a different polarity.
Yes, polarity.
Okay, now one thing you can do, and you've noticed this, is exactly what Tony just said about comic book characters. Let's take like Thanos or Mephisto or one of these other really bad guys, right? Dr. Doom, right? Or Magneto. What they do is they're really, 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 really powerful, and they rose up through the negative polarity, but they have achieved a certain godlike power. And if you flip them, then guess what? They're a good guy now. They still have that power. God works in mysterious ways. He can raise someone up, and they can be a barbaric warlord, bloodthirsty, and just a hindrance to the world. And then God flips their polarity, and then next thing you know, boom, they're a warrior for God. And so, for me, it was very similar. 7 years of dwelling in the darkness. You don't, you're not a good guy. You did whatever, but then God flips you and takes you and brings you into the light. See, that's why I don't put a lot of stock in somebody who committed crimes years ago. And like that thing that I was being accused of, I would never do that because that's something that happened long ago that person did. I don't care what that person did 50 years ago. Who gives a shit?
Mhm.
They're not the same person.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And I didn't do that for somebody to be mocked or ridiculed. That's not me. I have my own sin, and people will throw it at me for the rest of my life. Now, I will say this. This is something I've thought about a lot. People say, well, pornography is bad. You shouldn't watch it. You shouldn't do it. And people get addicted to it. And that is the absolute truth. But I say this, if you want to change something, then make it a law that the women and men too, that do these things have to use their real names.
Mhm.
So that the society is so judgmental of one another, eventually there will be way less people willing to do it because once they're done doing all that debauchery, they will no longer, because it'll follow them for the rest of their life. Your name will be out there, right?
Mhm.
So they can't just fade into obscurity and go and become a soccer mom after they've done all of that debauchery. It's a very simple thing. Your past will follow you no matter where you go. The best thing you can do is just own it and say, yeah, I did this. I was this kind of person, but I'm not that person now. But you have to prove that you didn't just change a couple months ago. You're not just like, oh, I'm a good person now. I was racist, but that was 2 weeks ago. No, why don't you show it now within your works that you have changed and decided to not be a store robbing crackhead or whatever it is that you're not being anymore. But I'm not going to hold it against you. Prime example, and I'm not putting him on the spot here, but I have respect for this man, Marvin Allen.
Mhm.
Now, Marvin and I, we broke bread and talked on talked shop on his show, and we talked about our past, and we put aside our differences. And Bettina Moss was the broker of that, friendship, which pissed off another person because he tried to take credit for it, and it wasn't him, it was her, and he held a grudge. People who like being broke, they keep grudges. And I don't mean broke just monetarily, but being broken in the spirit.
Mhm.
Keep holding grudges because forgiveness is something that you should do and you should be willing to do. Like with me, there's certain people, those people would just say today, right now, I forgive you. I'll leave you alone. You leave me alone. I would promise you, I would turn my back and never look back. But those people will never do that because they can claim that they are the most pious Christians on earth. But the truth is they will never forgive and they will never let go. So they hang on to their anger and their deviance like a cancer. And guess what? Like the parasites that James was talking about, they take hold. And it does become that. And then they sick it on you. They throw their cancer on you. So this is why we have the problems. That's why Jesus was healing people. It's okay. I don't expect everyone to understand or grasp. That's why I give it to you in chunks and small bite-sized chunks, because if I were to give it to you all in one big sitting, you would not be able to digest it. It's too much. And so that's why we here at PRT do it, and when I tell someone's encounters that they brought to us, or someone comes and tells their encounters, we break it down and we say, well, this is what I think is going on. It's not just a ghost. I mean, every house has ghosts. Did you know that? Every house has ghosts. Beings like to have a place to live. And so they take up residence, and some of them are a problem. They tend to like to take energy that you need, right? So there's things that need to be done so that you can cleanse it and tell it, hey, you got to go. I can't, it's if you moved into a house and you had a bunch of pigs, we have one, but I'm saying like a pack of wild hogs in there, you're not going to live side by side with them. Well, the pigs may say, well, we were here first. They'll be like, yeah, but your place is not in this house. That's the bottom line. But people don't understand. They don't grasp, and they don't understand how there's an entire spiritual ecosystem all around you. And some of these beings are completely demented, and they're walking around in physical bodies, but their spirit is corrupted to the point of just demented, literally. You can be a spiritual being and be completely insane and have no grasp. Even like people think you die. Oh, you know what? Now all the mysteries of the universe are solved. I've heard people say this is the most ridiculous statement. Now all the answers are open to them. No, they're not. Just because you die and you're out of your body doesn't mean you become instantly genius.
You become omniscient the moment you die.
Yeah, you're just
Yeah.
omnipotent all of a sudden. No, you're not. You're just now you're just out of your body wondering what the F happened. I mean, you know, it's the truth. You have to have someone else to come and take you and tell you this is what happened. You just died. It's a very traumatic thing and you're out of your body. But this is the real world, so let me show you around. Or you have something that'll come and snatch you up and take you to what you think is hell, but it's really the abyss where you're going to be tortured because you don't have protection. God is not there. Christ tried to help you and pull you out, and you rejected it. Right? So that is a big problem. So anyways, folks, that's what we were talking about today. I thank my guests for coming on. James, you know, you're always welcome to come in. I don't really like the little Kundalini symbol because it just looks so menacing. Me personally, I don't mind it, but my guests are probably like, "Oh man, you know, some of
If you
the
want, I can set up the webcam a bit so it'll be off.
yeah." So because
you.
they're just going to look at that and say things and whatever because people don't understand. They
Oh,
don't get it.
Yeah.
I can set up a wide angle webcam.
It's going to say it's satanicist.
He's a satanicist. He's a satanicist, Marxist, Nazi, criminal, something or another, Muslim apologist.
Some of them, not all of them.
No, but it's pretty
Oh,
bad.
get going, guys.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna let you go, James. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
So James checked out. So does anybody have any questions? Because I know we went real deep. Oh yeah, I mean, and I'm not bagging on the guy at all for this, but that is a big problem because that is not good. That stuff destroys your insides, man. And then right there, Joel says probiotics is the way forward. Probiotics, but don't forget, if you're going to take probiotics, take prebiotics. Do you know why? Because prebiotics actually feed the probiotics. They got to eat too. That's exactly right. And I don't eat much of either of those anymore. I don't eat much because they do burrow into the brain. You're right. And there's a lot of this being found in people who eat a lot of sushi, you know. No, it's okay, Spunky. He's just being honest. I mean, it's the truth, you know. So it says here, please don't eat at McDonald's. I swear to you, they constantly find human DNA in rat. It's true. And it's not from skin flaking off, and I'm not saying where it's coming from. I'm just saying, and abracadabra is correct. That is an absolute truth. And then somebody tried to look it up and go, this isn't true, man. And I'm like, yeah, this has been proven to be a hoax or so. What I don't give a crap what Goggle says. Okay. They're like, I goggled it. They're going to tell you whatever they're going to tell you because McDonald's is the biggest food corporation on earth, and they're going to tell you that it's not happening, but it is. Okay, that's true. So I appreciate everybody who donated and chipped in. I really appreciate it. Thank you for that. Even though I'm being accused of my enemies of wanting money and asking for bullshit. Okay.
Our actions speak louder.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, they can say whatever they want, but we do giveaways. We do a lot of other stuff that just don't scream money.
Yeah. There are people that say all these things. They're basically saying everything about us that they do. That's basically it. Jackal 88 says, Josh, it's just like you were saying, they offer both sides and they're offering people the solution, the spiritual path. Many do not see that they're being used by the beings they are fighting. Yes. Jackal, who are you? You should probably come on the show.
I think what makes a lot of people annoyed too is that for us, this is a hobby. This is something we enjoy doing. But for a lot of them, this is all they got.
That's all they got. And,
And like even outside of this, we have kind of like a really fun, enjoyable, fulfilling life.
well, even being out, even if this is all they got, Tony, that doesn't give them the right to try to, destroy or drive away us, because
Well, I'm saying like that's the
reason.
reason of the jealousy.
We're not hurting them. They just don't want to be. Chris Anderson asked the question, do you think we will get full disclosure? No. I just don't. Then it'll never happen until it's time to trick us all. Inner Earth stories are fascinating. Goldie Bell, yes. And the autonomic gold, very interesting stuff. If you look up monatomic gold, let's see what happens here. Okay, so it says here, phone's not cooperating. What the hell? It's frozen. It says here, monatomic gold and also other monatomic elements should have unique physical and energetic characteristics. It is a superconductor at room temperature, shows characteristics of energy production, and can receive, save, and release light, information, energy without loss. Its electrons bond with the anti-electrons and form opposite momentum light bands that rotate around the oval nucleus. Simultaneously, it creates a light prana vortex that is spiraling along a double helix through the atom nucleus and equates kundalini energy. And funny how James had the kundalini thing on there. It creates an independent zero magnetic field, Meissner field, around itself, which equates the Merkaba of human. That's weird. We were talking earlier about those beings called the Ka-T, or whatever, T-Ka, whatever it is. That Ka in the middle is very potent. Merkaba is the light body of human beings. From the Egyptian Mer equals light. Bands bonded together and rotating in opposite directions. Ka, which is energy of life and spirit, which is why they were called the Ka-T, which is the energy of life. And it says here, Ba equals soul, Merkaba. Spiritual power of life and soul melt together and form a unity that creates light bands that rotate in opposite directions and surmount space and time. Monatomic gold only exists to 5/9 of the physical level. Pure monatomic gold levitates under certain conditions on the Earth's magnetic field. It doesn't wear off, and its function as durability is everlasting. According to a group of alchemists who took monatomic gold over several years and who have given it out and tested it within a spiritual union, it is absorbed into the body when taken. Furthermore, monatomic gold enhances the energetic conductivity of DNA up to 10,000 times, a fact backed up by laboratory testing. This group was able to monitor the following physiological and energetic reactions that correspond to the ancient traditions from Egypt, the Bible, the Vedas, and alchemy. We can confirm some of this information from our own experience. Men are energetic tests procedures, kinesiology, clairvoyance, subtle sensing, channeling, radiesthesia, classify monoatomic gold as sensational. The aging process is reversed by the energetic repair of defective DNA programs. It acts juvenescent and expands the DNA lifespan. See, and I wear gold a lot. Damaged cells or energetic dysfunctions are regenerated even in brain cells. The endocrine gland system is energetically activated in a strong way, especially the thymus, pineal, and pituitary glands. The flow of light, quantum photons within the nerve, and the meridian system is intensified and increased permanently. Self-healing powers are improved considerably. The superconductivity of DNA is upgraded, and its energy flow increases up to 10,000-fold. and intensive emotional cleansing and stabilization are initiated. A considerably improved performance and stress resilience appear. You are more centered and considerably more stable. You are more aware of solutions rather than problems because you more clearly see yourself and the outside. Manifestations, effects of thoughts are increased. Intelligence expands to a higher level of the spirit. The frequency of the chakras and body is heightened. Awareness is expanded and the mental spiritual abilities are activated. Kundalini energy is increased harmonically. Sleeping, supernatural potentials are awakened. The levitating qualities of the monatomic gold lead to an all-around elevation of the quality of life and the consciousness on all levels, physical, emotional, mental, spiritual. Monatomic elements are the substances described in ancient mystery texts that supported us humans during the present time of transformation until 2012 and beyond that, and the inner alchemist process connected with it, and that it leads to a good end. It is helping us to reach and realize the long-announced new eon of universal consciousness. The basic effects of monatomic gold are identical in every person, but the individual changes that are experienced subjectively are released on certainly very different, and changes vary depending on how aware someone really is, blah, 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 blah. It just goes on and on and on. It says monatomic gold is a non-metallic, non-toxic, zero-valence form of gold. Monatomic gold is a high-temperature superconductor. It can be manufactured alchemically out of 24-karat metallic gold, and it occurs naturally in minute amounts in volcanic soil, seawater, the purple or violet skins of fruits and vegetables, and some medicinal plants such as red grapes, eggplant, and violets. In recent years, some researchers have equated monatomic gold with the philosopher's stone. Monatomic gold was known and used in the pharmacopoeia of Western medieval alchemy as the retrograded calyx of gold that cannot be revived, meaning it cannot be returned to the metallic state by conventional metallurgical processes. Monatomic gold is also known and used in Ayurveda as a basma of gold that passes the test of, and then it has all these weird words and blah, 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 blah. It goes on and on and on and on. Anyway, point being, monatomic gold. And Jackal says, when you reject them and stay true, do not take up the fight the way they see fit and how they need you to become a rogue and unforeseeable foe. Yes, it's true. Which I have become. Like, I see the whole situation, like, from beginning to end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I see it unfolding, and I see how it happens. I see how it works. I will wake up tomorrow and wish that these people would just say, hey, we're done. We're going to leave you alone. Go on with your show, and goodbye. Instead, they conspire, and they get into groups and think of ways to harm me and to harm us, you know, me and my allies. Our big sin, we don't think like them. My problem was ever even being friendly with these people. That was my problem. Altruism got me in trouble. Even now, I forgive them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like what they're doing. I don't like them as people the way they are right now. But if they came to their senses and they just said, hey, I forgive you, and can you forgive me? I would, and I'd move on. Never speak with them again, but they won't do that.
Yeah, one of my favorite songs by Tool, which is weird. Like I was actually looking up the lyrics to them just earlier, just to remember part of it. But like one of my favorite songs by them is called "The Grudge," and the whole song is just about letting go of grudges and learning to forgive for your own, for the transcendence of your own soul and your own consciousness. Is it like the lyrics are kind of esoteric, but like, I mean, they're not really that hard to follow. And then I come in here and you're talking about that, you know, you're talking about releasing that.
Yeah. Somebody told me yesterday, I think it was yesterday when we prayed on the show,
Mm-hmm.
that they were coming into the chat to attack me.
Mm-hmm.
He messaged me this. I'm not going to say his name. I think you could probably figure it out. And he said, I went into the chat and I was going to spy on you and attack you. And you said, let us pray. And when you did that, it was eerie. And he stopped.
Yeah.
So
Because the attacks are being driven by a spirit of envy, negativity. You can call it what you will.
That gave him a whole new perspective, and I'm not going to say his name, but he stopped and was like, okay, I'm not going to, he said, I'm not going to attack this man. They mock me at everything. I mean, they love to make fun of the fact that I've cried on the show. Yeah, I've cried on the show, and it may not be the last time.
You don't owe any apologies for that to anyone.
I am a man who has emotions. I hurt. I hurt for this world. I hurt for the powers that be that are doing they have their foot on all of our necks. And as long as we're fighting each other, we're never going to accomplish anything. These people wanted me to make some sort of an apology to them. And one of the stipulations of the apology would have required me to tell a lie. And I'm not going to do that for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll apologize to you for anything I may have said or done that offended you, and I'll move on with my life. But I'm not going to lie for you. Now, part of it is what I believe. And I think that this was orchestrated. And you're not going to sway my mind and convince me that it wasn't. Because why would you fight so much about it? If it wasn't, then you wouldn't be so in cahoots. And I can't let it go if you're going to attack my wife and my nephew and the other young lady that was, being attacked. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I have to stand up for what's right. Jackal says the ability to shut down the logical mind and stay in that blank flow state of mind where the subconscious can receive and display the information, not allow any logic or intuitive thoughts, notes. Yeah.
Joe Breezy wants to know if he can bring us some brisket plates.
It's fine. Joe, you're welcome to come and sit in the studio. You don't have to.
He's talking about right now.
Oh, well, we're 4:30 in the morning. I would say probably not. But, if you want to come and be in the studio tomorrow night and just be here with us, I mean, you don't live that far away.
Yeah.
Unless you're just more comfortable being at home. That's perfectly fine, too. Yeah, that's funny. Joel Burgess, Black Hole Sun. Yeah, it's kind of the inverse, right? And the City of Night comes to mind. Yep, JC, you're right. We have a very smart audience, too, and I think that's a big problem for them, too, because they mention all the time about how much they hate how many people pay attention and listen to us.
Mm-hmm.
Like it burns their flesh or something.
It's 4:30 in the morning, and there's 272 people in here.
Yeah. It's like it's burns their flesh like holy water to a vampire that people listen to us. Like, what is your damn problem? Like, just go on, go off, do whatever. I mean, and I don't care what anybody says. The whole thing started, it wasn't me, because this person just wanted to get involved in this, and he wanted to believe that I was this person, that I did not do those things. And they're gonna slander me with everything they can. And I've had multiple friends and former guests who reached out to me and would support. And they said, there's several of them, at least 30 or 40 of them, and you've seen it, that offered their support. And they said, look, these people are just going to keep doing what they're doing. Don't expect it just to go away. I know that. I'm not a fool. Mm-hmm. But, they're like, just keep fighting the good fight. We got your back. There's been a lot of words of encouragement. Some people who've been seeing this coming for a long time, I knew it was a matter of when, not if. And people have asked me too, like, do I feel hurt by it? Not really. I feel it's a pain in the ass. But like I said, when it's going to happen, that takes some of the sting out. But it's kind of like when my mother died. I mean, I knew it was going to happen. Like, we were there at hospice, and unfortunately, we had to return and go back to work. I couldn't stay there. And, she passed the next morning. It's like you knew it was going to happen. It was inevitable. You can't stop the inevitable. Once there's a certain point that's been progressed to, nothing you can do.
Yeah, that's why like the last time I saw her, you know, I just I held her hand and I just told her it's okay to go. She can go, you know, not to worry. And then
You got to say goodbye.
yeah.
But I saw that coming with this individual, and I knew that there was no. It's like a train. You can't stop it. You know that person is committed towards you. Think of it like Spider-Man. You remember, and this is going to sound funny to the 273 people in here, but you remember Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire?
Mhm.
You remember James Franco's character?
Yeah.
That was his friend.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter what, Spider-Man told, Tobey or Peter Parker told him,
Yeah.
he was like, no, it's you, your fault, blah, blah, blah. There was nothing he could tell him. There was nothing that was going to stop him from being the Green Goblin,
Yeah.
because he was determined to fight for his corrupted dad and get revenge on Spider-Man. And it wasn't Spider-Man's fault. That's what this is. I know it sounds like you're comparing real life to and they'll mock me and say, he was trying to save like Spider-Man. And yeah, dumbass, you can't understand allegory, and they damn sure don't understand, somebody, making I'm very tired. What is the word?
Metaphor?
Not a metaphor. What's it called when it's
Comparison?
Yeah, it's a comparison, but it's
Parallel?
What is it called when something's they don't understand when you're sitting there trying to make the word escapes me, and I shouldn't even be. I'm too tired. But they're going to mock me for it. But I'm telling you the truth. I'm not saying I'm some Spider-Man superhero. I'm saying this is the truth. It's like your friend is not going to listen to you no matter what you do, no matter what you say. They're 100% committed that you are the enemy, and they want to destroy you. And you can only tiptoe around it for so long, and eventually that seething undercurrent of resentment is going to come out, and they're going to attack you and try to destroy you. And I can sit there and take the abuse and not say anything, or I can defend myself.
Mm-hmm.
That's your only two options. I knew it was coming. I mean, this person was operating already as an enemy. They just weren't officially coming out and saying it. Them, cursing me for 2 days, 3 days, and then calling me a heretic is pretty much, that's, I mean, that's, that's how they feel. And they've been feeling this way for a long time. They were bottling it up. And that's sad, because that person is not capable. Not only are they not wanting to, I don't think that they are capable of understanding. They just aren't. And I could scream all day long, look, I am not your enemy. I am not this person, but they're going to believe it because they tell themselves that. And we'll see what happens. These people are fully committed to my destruction, and it's unfortunate. I feel like we're doing a lot of good. We're trying to reach a lot of people and bring answers to these riddles and things. And I'm very passionate about it, but they've turned multiple people against me that are, some of them I feel really bad about, because I think they're good people. They're been led astray. And then they turn and say that I'm leading people astray. And I'm not trying to. I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to talk about what needs to be talked about. What is that word? That's going to drive me nuts.
Okay, what does the word convey?
Well, when you're comparing something that's like they're side by side, it's kind of like allegory, but a little different. Well, let's see what the listener maybe could tell me. Jake Jackal says the unadulterated, non-agenda, non-manipulated, nor manufactured straight-up truth here is worth more to our souls than anything offered anyone on YouTube. We are in good hands here. I think I appreciate that. You should show up on a Saturday and come in.
Mm.
Well, Breezy, that is another argument because it's Saturn is actually you can just walk out of Saturn and walk into here. That's the thing. I mean, that's
Analogy?
analogy.
Okay.
It's an analogy.
Thank you for that one, Vladimir.
Yes, thank you, because we're so tired over here. I'm usually not this brain dead, but well, interesting. Valerie says Ormus, orbitally rearranged monatomic gold. Egyptians called it. What is it? This is not a white gold, but something far more complex. I thought it was what it is. I do agree with that to a degree. Yeah, prairie winds and wildflowers, spiritual arts. As an empathic psychic medium, I'm an absolute believer in the necessary balance of good and bad. Without darkness, there will be no light. We have to go through the dark night of the soul to ascend. Yeah, Slayer says that. They have that song where it says, Judgment Day, the second coming arrives. Before you see the light, you must die.
Yeah.
They say it from the other side,
Yeah.
which is the dark side of the polarity. But like I said, imagine someone like Thanos, super duper powerful, especially with the Infinity Gauntlet, and then he flips his polarity and becomes good. Well, the same thing happens to the good people turn bad. When enough bad people are on you, draining you and dragging you down, turning you into one of them, one of these mindless zombies that eventually the drive is too strong and you give in. And that could be what we're looking at here with this person. And they just were determined because they were too caught up in this, And I swear one of them acts like a high priest of that cult, or whatever the hell it is they got going on. And he has just convinced so many people, and he just went on a campaign. And he, of course, being 18 years as a salesman, and there you go. Now, abracadabra actually mentions Lucifer, I think, 3 times in the Bible.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
That could be very true. Yeah, these comic books are very much like Disclosure because what they do is they have this. It's allegorical too. It's like this. What was the word we said earlier?
Analogy.
Analogy. It's analogous. It's analogy for what's going on in the real world. You'll have some sort of like cancer that gets in and affects people, and then it spreads, and then ultimately you have to fight these people, and you don't want to fight them, and you even tell them, look, if you fight me and you do this, I'm going to destroy you. I don't want this, but they're so hell-bent on it. It's like they're parasitized. Even their own destruction, they'll walk right into the fire. But they'll walk in on fire, for their belief, and grab you. And as long as they burn you up, the parasite doesn't care. As long as they're willing to make that sacrifice.
Yeah.
As long as they can get you too. And Wing Seam says, When the silver cord is snapped, you return directly to the Father. Now, people, I'm going to explain that passage when it says to be absent in the body, it means to be present in the Lord with the Lord, is that you actually, it doesn't mean immediately when you die, you go to God. What it means is that when you are deceased from this body, you go into the real world, and that is the spiritual side where God resides. So you're in his presence because he looms over all. And that's the thing people don't understand. What is this? Wing Seam says, I wish my $100 would have gone through. Well, there's always another time. Is this true? Wing Seam says Bitcoin was first remote viewed in 2007.
I don't know. Never heard of that. Whoever did must be a millionaire right now.
It's really weird too. People don't understand how Bitcoin works because everything runs on energy, and it's actually it's a program that's set to end in 2140. Until the year 2140, Bitcoin can be mined, but it takes a massive amount of energy to mine Bitcoin because it has to be something. And people say, "Well, it's a currency that's built on nothing." That's not true.
Yeah, no, it's
not true at all.
It's not like
it's
some fiat currency that's just printed out of nowhere.
No, it's not. It's based on energy, and it's extracted through code. People don't understand, and that's a whole nother thing. People don't grasp. I try to explain somebody that one day, and they began yelling, and I'm like, and then this other moron started saying, well, you just know everything. I was like, blah, blah, blah. And that was at a get together. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be a know-it-all. I'm trying to tell you what it is. And there are people that get mad because you have the answers. Like, they just look at you and they're like, I don't like your face. I'm like, well, you have demon face and I can see it on you. That's why you don't like it. Dumbass. Stay ignorant. Stay thirsty, my friends. Drink your own piss. Chris Anderson says, now I want brisket. So Rockabilly 3333 says, stop dumbing us down. Stop assuming things. I think you're Mr. Know-It-All.
Doesn't make sense because I checked his previous comments and he was just casually, commenting, and then that comes out of the blue.
Yeah. See, point in case. Case in point, whatever.
I mean, it just goes to show, even these people don't know why they're, I guarantee you he has no idea why he left that comment. None whatsoever. Because his previous comments weren't anything negative. He was just saying, hi, what's up? I think he said, hey, what's up, Mushu? Good to see you, Tony. And then that out of the blue.
Yeah. Just reading through the comments, folks. That's very disheartening. Let me take Rockabilly's comment down. This is exactly.
It was already taken down. It's just that you can still see it in the StreamYard for now, but it doesn't matter because it was taken off of the live chat replay.
Yeah. It's sad because these people It's just sad. Wow. Okay. Morgan says, hate to bring this up, but I know in Rumble someone said the Hammer account meant nuclear bombs dropped. Well, Ike posted a picture with a rocket and bombs going off around the time of Rumble. Yeah, he's a pretty evil little bastard. Very ignorant person. Yeah, JoJo, it has taken a toll, and that's why I'm not as sharp today. I'm tired. But it just gets, I don't know. Never seen you in this chat before, Jackal, but you have a lot of interesting things to say.
That is an irony of life.
Mm-hmm. All I want is to try to help people, but they don't want it. Oh well. It's the timing. It was like, scrolling and I saw that and I'm sitting there talking about it and the person does that. And it's just like that part of the universe, which is dark, and wants everyone to be in that corner of retardation. And I mean that, the true sense of the word. To retard your senses into being enlightened. And so all right, folks, I'm not going to let anybody get me down. I'm just very tired right now, and I appreciate everybody that showed up tonight. It was a fun chat. We had a good time, and tomorrow night we're going to bring it like we do. Hopefully, Abe and Monica will show up. I know Breezy said he would, and I got a lot to do. I got a lot of work to do. But anyway, these people think they're slick. They think they're cute with their trying to set me up. But the thing is, they can't set you up if somebody uses discernment and actually listens when you tell them that that's not you. It doesn't matter. They're going to be what they're going to be. They make their choice, and then they pretend like they're being impartial. That's not correct. I already know the case. You could want in one hand and shit in the other and see which one you get. And I want things to be a certain way, but they're not. So, all right, folks, I'll see you tomorrow night. Thank you to everybody who showed up. And Morgan says, Josh, another body found. What is this?
Another body found in Ladybird Lake this week. Do you think it's a cult serial killer or lone wolf?
I will tell you this. It could be either one, but I'm going to give you a little piece here. We talked about this entity known as the Kandisha. What is it? The
Aisha Kandisha. Thank you for that.
Thank you for that donation.
Sorry.
I really appreciate that. Gary Reed, what's up, Gary Reed? When you look at this what could be a group of people doing this, these people are always found drowned. And I think it's a type of demonic influence that could be being used as a sacrifice. Now, somebody says, well, they're robbing these people too. Yeah, but that's not the main thing. That is the reward for the human.
Yeah.
The devil is, I don't mean the devil, but I mean the devil that's doing it gets his reward, which is, whatever. And it'd be interesting to see the souls that are being harvested, whether they are, anointed or not. There's a lot that goes into this. People don't realize that. If you notice, a lot of people that get killed by serial killers are not saved. That's a weird thing.
Yeah.
It's very rare that one of them, is like they were a good person. They had a passion for living, whatever. But they put themselves in a position where someone who is being demon obsessed or possessed. I mean, take Dahmer, for example. He once said even like none of his victims were good people. He wasn't killing them because they were bad. He was able to get them because they were in a sexually deviant way.
Yeah.
Like he was after he was saved. That's what he was saying. In order to keep yourself out of that position, get your heart right with God. But then a man that thought he was Christ killed him. Hit him upside the head with a metal pipe. It was used for whatever. Well, there was some discrepancy whether it was a mop stick, but they said no way a mop stick could have done that much damage. He was in a weight room, so somebody used a metal bar.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that he did that. And he said, I want you to put a T at the end of my name so that people think I'm Christ. That's the guy that killed him.
Yeah.
He's out of his damn mind. But you live by the sword, you die by it. And that's why whenever he killed him, he said that he just put his arms up and said, do what you got to do, and just let him kill him. He didn't resist. And there were some people that did a show at the apartment complex where Dahmer, where it was once as like a playground now. And they said that he said that he's on fire. He's burning, but he's only in purgatory.
Yeah.
Now he could be burning, the penance until resurrection. Maybe he's forgiven, or he could just be burning and it's going to just perpetually happen. We don't know because I can't fathom the will and the mind of God or the Son, Jesus. Anyway, there's a whole lot of unwrap there. Or you could talk about serial killers, but if you really get everything down to the base spiritual level, you know what I mean? Like this is not a physical. And Jesus, if these people listen to Jesus and they really listen to Jesus, and they didn't just kind of take little pieces that they want to be, they want it to be. And they just actually took in the information and took it in the way it's supposed to, and they filtered it correctly, they would be looking at everything from a spiritual lens, and they don't. And there's a reason why you get the spiritual lens, and then the physical, and the mental, and the spiritual. Because if you start looking at everything from a spiritual standpoint, you start to see the answers very clearly. Not only that, but it helps with mathematics. I know it sounds crazy, but you know how I am with numbers. Like I can look at numbers and do long division and multiplication and real fast. Most people can't do that, and that doesn't mean that I'm a supercomputer. That maybe it's a genetic anomaly, but I think it comes with the connection of the mind, body, spirit, because everything is numbers too, which is the codes. There's codes. And that's my point. And then you see everything clearly. Like I see everything clearly with these people, what they're doing. But you don't know, you don't have all the answers because you're not omnipotent. You're not God, but you can kind of, any fool could actually sit there and kind of see where we're at with this, Rockabilly says, story, we can handle it all at one time.
I think he's trying to clarify. He says, what I meant was you can give us the whole story. We don't need it in small pieces. We can handle it.
Well, maybe you can, but not everybody can. And I get messages all the time telling me that, hey, slow down. I'm not. So, maybe I could feed you the entire meal. I'm glad that you clarified that because it really was kind of disheartening that somebody would just scream that at me. But, I'm just tired. The point is, though, that I could sit here and talk until the resurrection. It doesn't matter. I mean, until the day of judgment. What you need to understand is that we're wrestling with spiritual, not flesh and blood. Always go to the spiritual root of everything. And so one of the things that I notice, these people, whenever I give them white light, they come back and they say that I've been attacking them spiritually.
Mhm.
That's very telling about them, because if I'm giving you white light energy, I'm sending you good energy that is meant to burn off the darkness that is plaguing you or dwelling you, or the other that has attached itself to you. And if you're coming back talking about, oh, he's attacking me, whatever, then you are not correct. Because if someone gives you the gift of white light energy, that God energy, and it's hurting you, white light God energy doesn't hurt you. So if it's digging in, whatever that is hurting you, then that's a problem. It's a problem. So you need to start looking at yourself and saying, hey, what the hell, but they're not going to do that. They're just going to think that you're attacking them, because they don't understand that demon that's on them, the parasitic entity. If you have a worm burrowing into your skin and you were to throw something on it, it's going to hurt it. Alcohol, because it dries things out. Like, so small things die from alcohol, right?
Yeah.
They become immobile. So if you were to have like a mite and you threw alcohol on there, and then it's hurting you because that thing starts to burrow in, it's a good indicator that you have a problem. There's something there.
Yeah.
So if you give somebody that energy and they're like, oh my gosh, it burns. Okay. That says something about you, not the person who's trying to help you. I don't send darkness to people, my enemies, to try to hurt them. That's what a necromancing, black magic, evil bastard practitioner would do. That's what they would do. I'm not that. And so if I try to pray for you and I visualize white light protection for you and try to help you, and this isn't some new agey bullshit. I'm telling you, this is the truth. I'm connected to it, and you could connect yourself to it too. I'm nothing special than you are. I just studied it. So if you're praying for someone, you're offering them the white light and they're writhing in pain, then there's a demonic attachment. There's something parasitic on them. And these people are reporting that. They're saying, oh, after he sent something to me, I prayed for you, dummy. So that says something about you. Maybe you should get yourself right and stop making up stories, lies, and saying that, that I'm worshiping space aliens and some shit that I'm not. Excuse my language. But it's bullshit. That says something about them, not me. Anyways, and their head is up their own rectum. They can't even fathom. You can't teach a 4-year-old trigonometry. Just forget it.
Yeah.
The kid's not going to understand what the hell you're doing, and they think it's some form of punishment. Have you ever noticed if you took a child and you try to teach them something, and they're not interested, they feel like they're being punished.
Mm-hmm. They rebel.
They rebel.
Act out.
That's what these people do. You try to teach them, and what do? They get mad, and they rebel because they're not on that level. You can't. Darl, her. She told me one time, let your students come to you. You don't go pursue them.
Yeah.
Because you're just going to create resentment in an army of ignorant zombies. And that's what this is. And some of them, they trick you into saying something, to try to help them. And then they go and run and tell everybody that you're crazy and you said this and you said that, because their feet run to evil, like in Proverbs. That's what they do. Their feet hurry on so they can gossip and say things. And some of these people are absolutely certifiably insane. One in particular, you can look at the stuff that she says and does. It's just nuts. And she's been in a million conflicts with everybody. And she goes on this manic tangents about people, and that's why they've all congregated together like some sort of strain of virus. Let them do what they're going to do. I mean, let them fall. It's like your dad once told me about the snakes all being in one hole. You pour the gasoline down there right before it gets warm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're the way they are. They're not going to change, and they're having a field day because they think that somehow that my demise is coming or something. Whatever. You're full of shit. You know, it's not the way it is. Anyway, Dark Seed, Bigfoot, Michigan Rob, Wing Seam again, and Wing Seam again. Thank you for those donations. And Gary Reed, thank you all for those that helped and have participated in the live stream tonight. I hope that clarifies some things. I know I didn't mean to talk about it too much. I didn't want to say names or do anything. I said what I had to say on Rumble. I don't want to start using Rumble as that, but eventually that's what, I'm just letting you know what's happening. I've laid it out there, and I'll take those videos down when it's time. I don't want to keep things going. If they were willing to leave me alone, I would leave them alone, but I don't think that they're going to leave us alone. They hate us, especially me and Anthony, and they're going to keep on. It's unfortunate. I pray that there's an end to this, but, you can pray and pray. It is what it is. So pray for us. We'll pray for you. I'm going to say a quick prayer to get out of here. How about that? God, I've come unto you in the name of Jesus. I ask these things in the name of Christ. Father, things are done if it is your will. Please soften the hearts of our enemies that they will leave us alone and go. Go in peace. They go their way, we go ours. I beg you in the name of Jesus. I ask these things in the name of Jesus, but your will be done. Whatever it is, your will, Lord God. And if it is your will that this conflict happens, then may it come to a quick resolution and never have to be brought up again. Please open the hearts and minds of my enemies that they will see the truth. We don't want to fight with them. We don't want a problem with them. We want to be left alone, Lord God. And please make them to leave us alone and go in peace. I ask these things in the humble and powerful name of Christ. Things are done if it is your will, Lord God. Amen. I wish we could all be like Christ, but it is, we have egos and, Okay, Rockabilly says, you said I give you the people because people can't handle the whole thing. Most people can't. And it's like class. I'm not trying to be a teacher. I didn't set out for that. You got to teach people in pieces. I hope you understand that. I'm not trying to be ugly or mean or whatever. Anyways, I got to go, guys. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow night.